Is my voice audible, guys?
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
we are also in the same.
Oh, okay.
No, no. I just turned the audio off.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So, how many people here are like very good at React? What age should they can also be good. Okay. Okay. Cool, but I'm pretty sure all of them would have like worked with React.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's React. How many people are attending this meetup for the first time? That's a lot of first things. Okay, so glad to have you guys here. Hope you guys like the OSlash office building. We also recently. And right now, I'm starting off with a topic called islands architecture. So, how many people have heard about this islands before? One person. Black and some. This is an architecture that people started exploring pretty deep. The concept has been there, but it's going mainstream only now. Ever since release yes, which came out a few weeks back. Right now, there is a lot of hype around islands. So, oh, is the screen share still connected? Oh, okay, so sorry. The thing is, the screen saver came up. Let me share again. Okay, it's connected again. Okay, so uh, to start with islands architecture, right? We have to take a step back before I say this is islands architecture. This is how it's gonna change. Before, let's start little simpler. So first thing is how to use JavaScript. So this is the first step we have to learn before we actually go into like how the islands architecture is actually going to help us for especially a new developers like you are just now starting off with front end, why you should need islands. Before that, let's see how people are using JavaScript right now, how it is being used. Okay, to start on that, what I did is I built a simple application. Okay, the agenda is very simple. First, we'll start with React and the modern ecosystem. How I built like a very simple React application. Okay. Second point is what was the problem with that React application? Obviously, I couldn't actually build a huge application which actually showcases the performance problem and everything. But to my extent, I started off with a very tiny project to show you guys what was the problem and how we are actually planning to address it step by step. So it's just 3 pointers. First, we will learn the React ecosystem, how to build a small application. Second, we'll see the problem that I am like focusing on. Third, we'll see how to solve that problem. Okay. So React basically started off by introducing two important things to the Angular generation. Because before React, we were all doing Angular. I genuinely hated Angular that time. I was doing jQuery. So we used to be team jQuery when React came out. So I was like building college websites and stuff. So first thing what React introduced is it introduced a concept called UI reactivity. So previously when we had to like perform any kind of operation on the UI, we used to like tell the DOM through JavaScript saying, add this class, attach a children element, change the text content. We used to like imperatively keep on telling that DOM, this is how you have to like change the elements and stuff. But React basically what they came ahead and said, you just set a state, you connect that state to a DOM, you change the state, all of a sudden your UI is in sync. That reactivity basically like was the biggest change React came in. Next, it also introduced component driven development. It disconnected again. My bad. Just a second. Let me quickly like change the settings. Desktop. Oh, it's in battery. Thank you. Okay. Oh, shit, I don't know how to like reduce the sleep time. What I just upgraded to the new OS. So okay, I'll just try to not let it go to the screen saver. Okay. So second important thing it introduced is it introduced component driven development. So basically what component driven development did was that you build one header only once. Then you just import it anywhere in your page where you needed a header to be displayed. That's like the very simple crux of it. So whenever you need like a piece of user interface that you needed to use, you just build it once, let your components share everywhere. So this basically introduced the whole new concept of like design systems, UI toolkits. Like your brand itself had its own theme. You build a design system on top of the brand theme, saying that okay, now if I change the color of this button, everywhere in the website it will change. And then we get to be very scared of changing the color of the button because it changes everywhere in the page. We don't know the effect of that. That's a different problem, like how we manage UI components and design system. But React was the one who basically pitched the idea, which right now is followed by all the other frameworks like Svelte, Vue. You pick any modern framework, they will have these two mandatory. There is like no framework that in today's state builds without reactivity and builds without the component driven system. But when React made the UI react to states, right, a new paradigm shift happened. So what happened is previously we were like building multiple page apps using Django, Ruby on Rails. So basically like every route we render like a HTML page. And in that HTML page, we add some bit of JavaScript here and there to say like when you do form validation, this is how it should work, etc., etc. But React basically like championed the era of new single page application development. So there were like tools that came about on top of React. So the first thing that became extremely famous was this thing, React Router. So even this is not something built by the Facebook team. This is not how Facebook team envisioned React when they released it. Even the very first tutorials of React had like adding React as a script tag and working on that. But when React Router came, it actually let you build the entire web page end to end from the beginning, from the header, footer, everything became like a single React component. And all the navigation is taken care of by the React itself. So you click, it's a single page app transition. Instead of like loading an entire new HTML page, it downloaded a small chunk of JavaScript and just swapped the screen based on the new URL. And then we got like Next.js, which basically like built, improved on that concept by rendering the first HTML on the server side. So now what happens? You go to a page, first HTML will be served by Next.js, then React will take over. And once React takes over, you have full interactivity, the SPA experience is preserved. But your app for search engines or places where there is no JavaScript environment behaves like a multi-page app. So this concept was called server-side rendering. Then we got Gatsby. So what Gatsby did was it basically went even a step further. You generate all the hundreds and thousands of files at build time itself. You get static site generation. So for blogs, for pages that are like extremely content heavy, people started like building React pages that applies to a specific format and extended it out. So there were like thousands of pages generated at build time. And when actually server goes and starts requesting, it only like loads that HTML first. But not exactly HTML. They were still all like rendering React on the client side so that the same SPA experience is like preserved as the user is like moving across the screen. Then we got like React Query, which is like a complete server state management. Then we have Blitz, which basically like applied all the concepts on top of Next.js. Soon the ecosystem started taking off. But this is where things get like interesting. So as and when we are like getting more interactivity, we are like getting more SPA experience, the web apps over time all got it started getting slow. This should be true for anybody who is working with React. After a while, your application will be like slow because it has been like a problem plaguing me for the past 7-8 years. Pretty much all the application when I start, it will be like pardon? Coming to that reason. So it's usually not the problem on the developer who is like writing bad React code. There is a much more sinister reason behind why the web is getting slow. But why is it getting slow? Because we do lots of optimizations. Like people write lots of memo everywhere, thinking less re-renders, it will like somehow make the web faster. But the thing is, memo actually makes it slower. What people doesn't know is that it increases the memory complexity of the app. There came like lot of things, like people started like tree shaking like crazy, like write webpack builds, let's do tree shaking, let's do dynamic import, let's do lazy loading. Even tools started like introducing lots of like workarounds how to keep your application faster. But let's take a step back out of all of that current trends, and let's see why your application is actually destined to be slow, regardless of whatever things you put in place. So I built like a small application, like very simple application. Probably like kids coming out of college, like new freshers, they can like write this app in like few lines of code, probably 10-15 lines of code. Okay, let me just open up the app, and let me also like zoom in a bit. So this is the app. So this application is like has a calculator as a location generator, and two pages like home, about, calculator, stuff like that. Calculator is just a calculator where you add your equation, it just returns the result. Okay, it can go for, let me just write a simple calculation here. Okay, let me just write like a simple calculation to confirm this is the calculator app, it's working as expected. Okay, then I got the location app, it asks for my location. Oops, preferences, I need to like turn on the location preferences. Let me try again. Okay, yeah, got the location. So that's it. It's a pretty simple app, straightforward as you can see. Let me also share the code of the application. So it's a Next.js app. So it's built with Next.js. So here's the package.json file. So this application is built with 3-4 things. It uses Next.js. Let me also zoom that in a bit. So it uses Next.js, it uses React, it uses React Hot Toast for that small toast that you guys saw. It uses React Strap, which is like Bootstrap, UI components built on React. So pretty standard stuff. Let me like build my application. So this is my index page. You can see I got some things. This is the calculator, and I also got a bunch of components, the header, the nav bar. Usually this is how you build like a simple application. Even if it is Next.js, nothing much complex. I just have 4 or 5 components, just rendering those components. Now let me go in and check this application out. Let me go to the home page, and let me go to the network tab. Let me also zoom this in. First thing is I need to see when this application loads, what is my computer like loading in. So let me restart it with the empty cache. Now here is the thing. When I loaded this, you will see along with HTML, it downloaded a bunch of JavaScript files. Okay, and those JavaScript files basically have like Webpack, which is like the first JavaScript file that loads and like pulls in the other JavaScript files. Framework, which often contains React, Next, all of these framework related stuff. Then you have the actual main code, which is like shared modules across all the things, and you have the underscore app, infamous in Next.js. It is like the single file that connects all the other pages in Next.js for that SPA transition. Then you get build manifest, and finally the actual code. The funny thing is the last two, the calculator and location, are the actual code that I wrote. They pretty much like loaded the last. And also look at the size it took for these pages to load. It has got like some 40 KB, 29 KB, 30 KB. So I just added it all. That's why I built the calculator app. So it came down to like some 100 KB in size. So let's just say that on average our code has like 50 characters per line. Okay, and that means 1 KB basically has like 20 lines of code. So going by this calculation, the browser basically somehow executed like 2000 lines of JavaScript just to like run this tiny app, which is basically nothing but a eval on top of a string. That's it. It's technically a one-liner, that entire calculator. It just runs eval on top of like a string, but somehow our browser executed like 2000 lines of code just to like display this. This is pretty much the reason why your applications often start getting slow, because the framework that we are building has to account for single page transition, has to account for entire React states that is going across. It has to account for all the things that is actually not needed by you, but to be a general purpose JavaScript framework. And it has to load all of them just to like make your entire application work seamlessly. Now, what happens if none of this JavaScript is actually there? So since this is built with Next.js, it's a SSR framework, server rendered, which means the first load basically provides all the needed HTML that needs to be displayed. So what I'll do next is I'll just turn off my site's JavaScript fully. So I just went ahead and blocked the whole JavaScript of the site. Now I'm reloading it. Now, surprisingly, it didn't show any much difference. It still got the home calculator and everything. I go to the calculator. It still loaded the calculator. Pretty much all the first rendered HTML is still sitting there. But if I click on the calculator and I try typing something, nothing will happen. The actual code logic will not execute. That is because React hasn't taken over this yet. So usually after the HTML renders in Next.js pages, it runs another round of render where React runs and it takes control of every single DOM element, so that interactivity can become part of the actual application. So right now, if you turn off the JavaScript, this is pretty much how Google's crawlers are like seeing this page without any kind of interactivity. So now back to the problem. So we are able to like get an entire page up and running, but somehow before our actual logic runs, we are like loading some 2000 lines of JavaScript. And if I go to my home page, technically, there is no interactivity actually here in my home page. It doesn't need, if anybody lands on my home page, they don't need to load any JavaScript at all. But you are still forcing that page to like load some 100 KB of JavaScript. And these JavaScript, as and when they are loading, they lead to like render block times. So if you look at the lighthouse, there will be a measure saying that this page has been unresponsive for this much time when it loaded. That is the time React is actually like taking control of every single DOM. So if your page has like thousands of DOM elements all rendered with React, that is the time taken by React. That's React's nature. That is how it's supposed to work. We cannot complain it saying it has to be much faster. That's an endless loop if we keep on trying to make frameworks more and more faster. So what I did is I thought, okay, let's see. This is how the application was supposed to like function. I just wanted like two small interactivity. One is a simple calculator, one is a simple location, but it's taking too much code. So what is the bare minimum I can go to actually get this app to be as performant as I expected? So what I did next is I built this app again. Okay. I'll come to this review of this app later. So let me go to localhost. And this is basically the Next.js app. This time it is like running in developer mode. Let me also like turn on React Dev Tools. I basically had to like uninstall React Dev Tools because it injects an unnecessary amount of JavaScript inside every page load to check if the page is like running React or not. Okay, I got the React Dev Tools. Now this is my local host. Wait, I think I'll have to like close and open the tab again. Okay. So here is where things get interesting. So if you look at this, first thing you will notice in the React component tree, right? The first 10 components will not be the component that you are actually wanting to render. There will be like some things like error boundaries, contexts, some router contexts, like some 10 contexts before your app actually like gets to execute its own code. And in larger applications, it goes crazy. Like every page tends to have so many HOCs on top of them. The header of this app has to like wait till all of this context actually finishes executing. Okay, this is not something that we will be aware of when we start building the app. We start with an Next.js app, we just go with the speed. Because they are there, we build really fast. But we have to like get a lot more efficient here. So this is like obviously a very bad way to start a project that's supposed to like be very performant. So what I did is I built the same page this time with just Bootstrap and HTML. Instead of like going and the moment I saw, okay, there is like this many wrappers around it, I was like, let me go to the basics 101, build the entire thing with HTML. And this is what I got. So surprisingly, it looks exactly the same because I just took the exact same classes just to like show the difference. I just added like built with STM below. So STM is a framework that I used for building things with HTML because turns out I am like so bad at writing plain JavaScript. I had to like go back and figure out some framework that looks like React to work with this. So now let me inspect and show you guys how the network works. Not the performance, the network tab. JS is selected. Empty cache and hot reload. What is that install hook? Yeah, that is React DevTools. Let me disable DevTools. This is that JavaScript I was talking about. Yep. Now you see you have like a page that looks exactly similar, but this time there is like no JS that is loaded. Okay. Now I go to the calculator. And here you will see this entire calculator totally took close to like 6 KB of JavaScript. Okay, and the framework that I used is STM, and this is what my calculator's logic will look like. So this is like a framework that looks very React-like. So this is built by the guy who built micro bundle. So you can, I have added the links and all in the presentation. So this STM framework looks similar to React, but it can run without any bundler. You just include a script and it builds the component. So if you can see, it just renders the HTML part and it has this dot set state. It sets the state whenever like input changes. Now, going back to the network, the entire page load with the same functionality, I still get the same calculator's functionality working. Everything is the same, but 6 KB. Now, if I go to my location page, this will also have like another few KB, 845 bits for the location JavaScript, and the previous JavaScript file was already cached. So it just says like took from disk cache. And about page obviously doesn't have any JavaScript. There is like no interactivity here. Cool. So this actually makes the page perform really well. But is this the right way to like build any new application? Because I can go through the code. I can like go through the code for the HTML thing and basically show you this is my index.html. So you can see this is how we used to like write HTML back in the days. We say like header component starts here, it ends there, and with like zero reusability of any components, we just duplicate this across every single screen. Every screen will have that header, footer, all of this. We used to like automate this HTML a bit using like frameworks like Express, Ruby on Rails, and stuff. But there you have it. Like this is the bare bones I can go if I want to like build the application with very minimal JavaScript load. But there is like one interesting thing I'd like to show you between these two apps. that is like straight example of where the whole single page application falls apart. So this is my single page app, which is built with Next.js. I do a refresh. There'll be like a small feedback form that will pop up every 5 seconds. Where is that? That's weird. Yeah. So why is it like not showing up here? Yeah, my bad. Thanks, man. I disabled the JavaScript. Let me turn it back on. Cool. So what you'll see is there will be like a small pop-up that shows up every 5 seconds. Okay, but if I click on it, what will happen is it will crash my entire page. And if I try using it, somehow it just makes my entire page go blank. So early days of React developers know that white screen that shows up whenever your application like throws a small error. And now if you see this message, so this is basically a screen put by Next.js team whenever like your application executes a runtime exception. So what happened here is, since React has taken over the entire DOM, your application from end to end, from header to footer, any runtime exception on that thread basically can destroy your entire application. That feedback can be like a small widget that somebody like coded in a rush that is like sitting in a React DOM tree. Just because that feedback thing threw like a small exception, runtime exception, React's entire DOM tree broke, and the only way to recover from this error is you have to like refresh the whole screen and hope that nobody clicks on that submit when it shows up again, because you click again, the entire application will go dark. And this is a problem that is plaguing React for a pretty long time, because the entire DOM is represented as like a single JavaScript line. At the end, it's just one huge JavaScript file that is like running everything. Now, for this, people introduced error boundaries. You have to like keep on wrapping everything in error boundary, and the error boundary you have to give like a fallback UI, you have to give a reset UI, etc., etc. This is a problem unique to SPS. Any SPA framework, if you made the entire DOM tree like a single JavaScript, it runs into this problem. But here is the thing: the same thing I built with HTML. So let me open the console also to show you guys the error. So this is an error that should be like very familiar to you. It basically says cannot read properties of undefined 0. Okay, the same error. This time, this is my about page. There's also I put a submit button. I click on it, the page doesn't do anything. I kept on clicking on this submit. Nothing happened. I can go around and move across the application. Everything will just continue to work as it is. But when I go back to about again and I check my console, okay, when I click submit, it just shows there is an error. I don't know what to do with it. And the rest of the page is safe because the entire page is built with HTML. That one small component, whatever problem it has been like completely isolated within that page. So that is like one interesting bonus I noticed. Okay, I just took the JavaScript out. I made the page isolated completely. Now one component's exception is not bothering the other components. So problems are also like extremely isolated. But the biggest problem I had is while building the app, I wanted to change like one small footer link. I had to like change that href. I had to like change it in 4 different files because I wrote all of them in plain HTML. And I went in to check what is the status of HTML imports, which is supposed to build reusable HTML. Basically, that it has been discontinued. Safari is not going to implement it. Firefox is also not implementing it. Only Chrome is having that support. So that was painful. Basically, we are like completely lose the component driven development we had just to like build much smaller interactive apps. Now, this is not a problem that is uniquely faced by us. It's faced all over the developer community right now, SPS. Okay, as you are building, as your application starts growing, this kind of runtime exceptions are gonna happen. and you cannot expect to like wrap every single component you are building inside error boundary while building a React app. And you also can't expect the pages to like perform really well, given that you are wrapping your components against lots of providers. Over a period of time, like you write 50 providers, 50 different contexts, it's gonna slow the page down, regardless of whatever tree shaking or effort you do. Now, how did the islands architecture like come into play here? So this is the next generation of front-end frameworks, which are all moving to this islands paradigm. So the idea behind this islands paradigm, I'll come to that. So you render the page as HTML. Okay, you use whatever tools you want, you render the page as HTML. Only in the specific places where you need the interactivity, you attach React to that place. So unlike me, who is like writing everything in HTML, you write everything in a component-driven framework, component-driven environment. I'll show you guys the code also. The next, I built the app 3 times. First, I built it with React. Second, I built it with plain HTML. Now, I built it with islands. So first framework that came out with this is Astro. You guys would have heard about it when they raised like a huge funding. So Astro introduced a concept called Astro Islands, where you write and render HTML, and wherever you want to add interactivity, use whatever language you want. Use React, Svelte, Lit. It doesn't matter. What they promised is it will be interactive all around. Ouch. Let me share the screen again. Screen share is there, right? Oh, cool. So Astro introduced it, and one of the most famous framework to adopt this is Next.js 13. So the term they use is React Server Components. So the idea behind React Server Components is you write a React component, but when it renders, right, it will render only once, that too on the server side. For the client, it just comes out as plain HTML, which means like zero interactivity. And if you want to add interactivity, Next.js 13, what they did is they made you opt in to interactivity. If you want one component to interact, to respond to user events, you have to like write use client on that component. Otherwise, the component will only render on the server side. It will only render HTML. JavaScript won't run at all. Then fresh. So this is built by the Dino team. So this uses Preact. So this is extremely well-made framework. It's basically like made web development a lot easier. I'd highly recommend you guys to like try fresh after you go home. Another one is Island by Levante. So Levante is a static site generator like Gatsby, but Levante is like extremely like fun to use when you're doing like static site generation. And they also came up with Island plugin, which basically is a term for island. So let's look at the app that I built again for the third time, this time with islands. Again, this will look exactly the same because I just took the exact DOM elements again and again. Now, however, these are familiar tools because I'll also share the code. So here you have Astro. Now you will see I am still using React Hot Toast. I'm still using React Strap. All the traditional tools that you guys saw. And all the components also. You look at the header, it's built with React. Same, the design system stuff, which makes like sharing components extremely easier. Footer also like built with React. Also the location and calculator, these are exact components that I had previously in my Next.js page. Now let's look at how much JavaScript is like loaded for this application. Let me look at the network tab, JavaScript, do a full refresh, and surprisingly there is like zero JavaScript load for my home page. But I got the benefits of all the JavaScript tooling. Let me go to the about page. Again, like zero JavaScript. Now let me go to the calculator page. This is where I need the interactivity for the first time. You will see like JavaScript loading. And previously what was like 100 KB became like 70 KB because I cut off Next.js's JavaScript. But it's still the same amount of JavaScript that it loaded. So what ended up happening is only when my React component came up that needed that rendering, okay, it shows that count and you have that fully working calculator app ready for you to like use. Now go, Yeah, so it's hydration, but the way this hydrates is you can opt in which component needs that hydration. So the way hydration works is you render the HTML, you give the control to React, that handshake from HTML into JavaScript. That you can control in newer island frameworks. So let me go to the location, and it will ask for my location, and it will like print the location, and the famous feedback pop-up also came. So this time when I click submit feedback, surprisingly that feedback alone died and disappeared. But rest of my application is like still fine. Again, I can go to the same location page. The feedback will just to show up like usual. I can click. It won't affect my rest of the application because now, if you look at the elements HTML, the way they are like rendering, you will see the header rendered as a plain HTML tag, just like usual. But the body basically rendered through a special tag called astro-island. So what they did is they wrapped around the component that opted in for hydration and wrapped it around with astro islands and loaded the script that is needed only for that component along the same DOM. So even if your component like crashes, some runtime error happens inside that component, which is like partially hydrated, the damage has been like contained within that small area where the JavaScript is loading. So I get the performance that is like crazy performance of HTML. So if I have like 100 pages, even if I have 100 contexts, as long as I'm not opting in my home page for client-side iteration, I get the full performance that is needed. Second, I get the component-driven system where I still manage to use React components. All the React Chakra UI, like all the material UI, all the things that tell us how difficult a dropdown is, we can use all of those libraries. And at the end, you also get that nice performance, which is used to be a pretty big problem for the older SPA frameworks. Now, with these new frameworks, most of the bottleneck are getting addressed. So next time when you guys like see that your application is slow, before you guys like jump into any optimization, if you take a step back, it's because we are executing too much JavaScript in places where we actually don't want. Okay, let me also walk you guys through the Astro code. I can't teach you the whole framework, but you can get an idea. So Astro has the same pages structure like Next.js. This time you will see the files are using a new extension called .astro. Now in my index.astro, you will see I'm just using React component like usual. In the about page also usual, and in the layouts also there is like some common shared pages. You can put inside layout directory and you can use your React component as usual. So there is not much difference. React components are built in TSX, imported into .astro file, and just being used like normal. Now, when I need the interactivity for the calculator components, okay, where the UI needs to run, I need to give a special argument there, attribute there, called client load, which basically tells Astro this component you can render it on the server side, but client also it has to work. So Astro puts that entire island's DOM element around this component. So this is like extremely easy to learn. And also Astro like champions the new thing, which is edge rendering by making all the server side logic run on the edge. So that is something I'm planning to take as a separate topic for some other time. But basically the new generation of frameworks, they are like introducing a lot of really exciting stuff. So that's pretty much it. We started off with how you generally build a React application. What will be the problem? So the problem is we tend to load lots of JavaScript, especially for places where we actually don't need the JavaScript. So the solution, we go for a framework that supports islands architecture, or we can also implement our own islands architecture. It's not very hard. In case like you don't want to like rely on one more framework, you want to do something in-house. It's similar to what I showed in the second part, basically where I showed how I built things with HTML, right? A little bit of server-side language like Ruby or Express, you can bring islands into any application on your own without having to adapt to an entirely new framework. That is also doable. So any questions, guys? Mm. Okay, that's a very good question. So the one place where this entire islands like has problem is that sharing state across different islands, because they all become like independent detached context. So basically Astro themselves have got like their own state management system where you put object in from one island, it will be shared across another island. So there is also newer tools like Preact came up with something called signals. So that is used by Fresh, the other framework I told you on Dino, used to share data across these islands using that framework called Preact signals. And the signals work in this one also, Astro also. I have tested it. And one of the traditional state management tool you might have used called Zustand React, which doesn't need a context. That also works across the islands when you have to share. So there has been like new set of tools coming up which don't share the context but share the state through JavaScript itself. So they can share the data across these islands. So that's a good question. I almost like forgot to include it in my talk. Yep. Good thing, but for the first load it will be slower, right? So the way people generally interact with app is you have to impress them on the first load. If you cache it on the first load, right, second load your page will be performant, but in that first load you lose that performance gain. Because take any e-commerce websites or take any SEO or marketing pages, it's the first load that you have to like impress people. That is what Astro is doing here. So that is exactly what Astro is doing. It renders the pages fully on server. Whenever you want specific pages that needs to be like rendered on the client, you opt in using client load for that pages alone. So Next.js 13 is doing it now, but it's still in beta. So this Next.js app also I built with Next.js 13 only, but the actual Astro part, React Server components, was still in beta. So I just went with the usual approach to show you guys how it loads too many JavaScript files. Yep. Any other questions, guys? Yeah, I'll come next. Yeah. Yeah. So let me like show you a product that has like such an interactivity. So you go to sheets.new. This is an example. This is a actual use case of an SPA, because every single button here is interactive. Okay, so this is not where you are supposed to use the islands architecture. Here you actually need to build an SPA. So the use cases vary. Now say that you are building an app that needs like, for example, a landing page, or you have like lots of blog pages, extremely SEO intensive, extremely especially when you're like inviting a user to your product. The first set of pages the users see, usually we call it onboarding pages, like the welcome, sign in, all of those screens. There you have to like impress them on the first load, because if your app takes any performance hit over there, users will drop off. So those are the pages where you actually need to like go for this optimization technique. You have to do islands and make sure that it's only rendering the HTML and it's rendering it fast. You can render JavaScript, but make sure it's very vital. Give it a vital score. How often you have to like load that JavaScript? Is it worth it? That are the decisions you have to take on those pages. Okay, I'll go with him first. Yeah. Oh, So this is where the edge rendering concept that I last mentioned comes into play. So what happens is, instead of rendering this, now Astro requires a server for it to run if your page has any dynamic SSR logic. Okay, so what people are adopting now is they use Astro with an environment that is like charging per invocation rather than the compute. So AWS serverless, AWS app sync, Cloudflare workers, Vercel, Netlify. So these are all platforms which are like now moving towards SSR friendly support. So what happens is you have like 1,000 users, they will invoke 1,000 different serverless lambdas. Okay, to make sure everyone is having the same consistent performance. And since it's a serverless environment, you get very few bills. Like right now, AWS Lambda, right, charges some $5-10 per million invocations. So the environment, server side environment, is also moving more SSR friendly right now. So got it. So here is the fun part. What Astro actually solved this problem. So what they did is, by default, all SSR rendered page in Astro are streaming SSR, which means as and when an HTML is ready, it starts streaming it through. So if any of your small block like needs a lot of data, okay, you can just go to the Astro streaming SSR section. What it will do is it will load that separately, but while it is loading, rest of your page will actually render for the user immediately. The layout and everything will start loading faster. It needs JS. What you have to do is you have to be little smart in that area. Instead of like loading 1,000 data, you just stream the first 10 here. Astro can pretty much handle this scenario. It's just that they have a different approach. The thing is, first SSR you load like 10 data, let JavaScript take over the remaining 1,000. That way you can like get that same performance that you get from an SPA. It doesn't. So ideally, like when you're doing SSR, okay, go for a serverless environment, because that is scales. Just because 100 user come in, your server won't be like busy. Serverless can invoke 100 different parallel concurrent connections and start serving the users. And usually when most Astro pages, when you're doing SSG, you're not fetching data on the fly, it just serves the HTML directly. So it takes care of SSR, SSG naturally within itself. If it knows the page doesn't need any actual JavaScript context, it just serves that HTML directly. You won't be charged for that compute. Yeah, yeah. Netlify and Vercel, they all figure this out easily because they are all built for that serverless. Right now, AppSync is like extremely good for, especially if you want to host these pages on enterprise. So the options are there. Even DigitalOcean has got functions now. They got their app platform also that does all of that. So cloud providers are like available. Yeah. Okay, the thing is, there is nothing to selectively hydrate in that sheets.new page. Let me tell you what will happen if I went with the islands on that sheets page. What happens is it has to like selectively hydrate and share data across different islands, which is actually more complex than sharing the state across a single JavaScript thread. So if you have like 100 islands in that page and I have the state shared across the 100 islands, the application will actually start suffering performance issues. So it comes down to the part where you have to like select the right tool for the job. Anyone else? Yep.
So is there any performance bottleneck when we have 100 islands of same paper, for example?
Yeah, it basically it's similar to how Webpack's structure works. If it loads React's JavaScript once, all the other islands will just share the same React JavaScript from cache. So that performance has been like taken care of also. And it gets even more interesting because these islands are like independent of each other, right? You can use React and Angular in the same page, different islands. Wouldn't recommend it, which means it has to load two runtimes now instead of one. But it is possible, which means you can have like one team building one page in React, another team building the same page in React or Svelte. It is possible through this architecture. So it is generated for every request, but Astro has its own server-side caching also, which contains, if the data is not changed, it will just stream out that HTML directly. So it has the deduction inside, but I'm how to like get to read about how it is like filtering that out. But when I checked, the compute resource was like extremely less. If I have like only two pages that runs Node.js code, only those two pages are actually coming under compute. Other comes under like direct static files. Yeah, cool. Uh, just one last word. So we are hiring at OSlash, like Yogesh said. So if any of you are interested, you can like reach out to us on that email hiring@oslash.com. Also like oslash.com/careers. All the applications that I showcased, I'll like share it with the community organizers. Oh, that is like not displayed here. Uh, Yogesh, is the TV remote? Can you like select? TV remote? Oh, it's there only. Okay, let me start the connection again. Okay. Okay, we also got the hiring URL in case any of you are interested. And if anyone wants to like connect with me afterwards, you can reach out to me on Twitter. Also, we'll be hiring. We'll be there after the meetup. We can just wait for a talk. Okay? Cool. We can have the next speaker. I'll figure that out now. Okay. There is the washroom. Pressing. You guys happen to know how to turn off sleeping? One second. Battery options. Enable power nap never. We need to put this call.
I am presenting, right? Cool.
Just start on mute.
Sure. Just hide this. Yeah, I know. I just hide that pop-up. Yeah, cool. Hello, guys. So I'm Akash. I work as I'm myself a founder. I'm working on my own startup right now. So this is something that I quite experienced in my last startup, where the idea was that we will, build a Loom-like extension, and using that extension, we had our own React app, let's say, and that app basically creates branded videos. So in my last talk, probably Kiran would know, I basically presented how you can create your own custom branded videos, which means custom branded videos as in you will have your own canvas, you will have your own brand design, and on top of that you can present your own screen and actually record the entire canvas. So if we are, let's say, doing this talk for OSlash, we can give OSlash branding in the background, and then on top of that share our screen and get the entire recording. So we can basically get and create branded videos. So there I got to learn how to build, your own Chrome extensions. But if you go the vanilla way, the main problem is again what Akash also told about, that you cannot basically reuse the components, right? So it gets really tough to create extensions with plain JavaScript. So my idea and the problem was same, that how do I bring React to the context and use the powers of React, like states and context stores, all of those things, and create an extension using React. So that is what we are going to learn here. So before moving ahead, I would really want to ask you, like, how many of you have like basic idea of React, like very basic? Okay, cool. And how many of you have previously worked on any sort of extensions? I mean, heads up to you. Right, cool. So there are two ways of me teaching. I wanted this to be, a kind of an interaction where you really get to take something home. So there are two ways of doing this. One is where I just show my code, right? And I just explain you what that code is actually doing. And the second one is I basically create a new project and, create a live extension in front of you. Though I only have half an hour, so we have a time constraint. So if we do the second approach, we might not be able to complete the entire extension. But if we do the first approach, we will be able to, I'll be at least able to tell you the entire process of what's going on. So it's up to you guys, like which approach we want to go. Anyone?
The approach will complete fully.
Sure. Okay. So in that case, I'd just show my code and I'll just explain you what all it's doing, right? Okay. So extension, most of us know, most of us have used it. So it's basically, you can consider it as a utility for your browser, and it has access to all of your tabs, all the actions you're doing on your browser. And you can basically consume all your browser APIs using an extension and make out a similar utility for your users, right? Now, how does this differ? So most of you would have seen, whenever you build your React application, it basically generates a folder which have HTML, CSS, and there is also one manifest file which you can add. So if you go to your React app, I'll just show it to you. There is this public, how do I share this? Cool. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I'll just zoom it. So you will see that in our React app, simple React app, we have this public folder here, and the public folder contains a manifest file. So ideally, this manifest file will contain the link to your favicons and other stuff, which basically used by your web app to display the icon in the tab header and things like that. So there is only one difference on how your browser treats a particular web app as an extension versus as an actual website, is that here you basically define this manifest and you basically give it a manifest version, and using this context, whatever is provided by Google Chrome, we will just put that manifest, and your Google Chrome browser will automatically consider this app or consider this set of HTML, CSS and JavaScript code as a Chrome extension. Now all we need to do is, when we basically build, so if I go to the build and I will see that the same manifest is there. It's just minified. So the same manifest is there. And with this manifest, now our browser will know that I have to treat this chunks of file as a browser extension and not as a web app. Cool. So we will now first see how exactly a Chrome extension works. So there is something called as message passing API, which I'll talk about later. But all in all, the idea is that extension has something called as content scripts and something called as background scripts. So you can consider, so from manifest version, there were two versions of manifest which Chrome supports. One is 2 and one is 3. 3 works on service workers, while 2 is a simple globally shared background script. So the idea of this background script is to manage everything. You can consider me as the background script, and you can consider you as any client or any particular web page that is trying to load that extension, right? So we have at one place we have our background service file, background JavaScript file, and on the other hand we have the content script file, which will load the extension and do stuff there. And how do we basically talk to each other? I'll say ki, okay, this particular tab, try to do something, try to click somewhere or whatever, right? Then I will send some message to you. You'll listen to that message, and then again you will reply, okay, this message is done. So that is exactly the main idea of Chrome extension is. So what we will do is, whenever our Chrome extension is installed on a browser, we will just install that content script to each tab that is already existing, and it's Chrome's job to automatically insert that script to all the new tabs that we create from then on. Cool. So I'll just show you how we can create, we can set up our extension in React. So all I did till this point, let's assume all I did till now is creating a simple React app, right? And after creating that app, I just changed this manifest to this. So if you look closely here, I just give my extension a name, a description, the manifest version it's using, the version that I want to publish it to, and these are other couple of things which I'll discuss later in the session, right? So using this manifest file, my browser will know that this application is a Chrome extension. So this is like what I have changed. And if you'll go and just do this, so basically to load your extension in your browser, all you need to do is, let me just go to Chrome. So you can go to Chrome extensions, and here you will see this developer mode in the right. I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah. So you can just enable this developer mode, And once you do that, you will see these 3 buttons in the bottom. So here you will have this option to load unpack. So when you click this, all you need to do is, so when you click on load unpacked, you just need to import or upload that build folder which is generated by your React app. And that's it. Using that manifest file, now your browser will install that as an extension to your browser. So let me just do that for you. I'll just remove this and I'll do that again. So I did load and then I went to my documents. Sorry. Sorry. You basically have to select the build folder. It's just clicking twice. Yeah. So whenever you basically put that build folder or upload that build folder, it will automatically install your application as an extension. Now, once your browser knows that, okay, this is going to be the extension file, there are a couple of problems here. One problem is whenever you basically build your app, your React app, what it does is it basically puts some code as inline JavaScript code directly into your HTML page, which is not supported in Chrome extensions. So to remove that, you can go to your package.json file, and all you need to do is in your build script, you have to set that as inline runtime chunk as false. So I don't know if you guys can see this or not. Yeah. So all you need to do is you can just set that this inline runtime chunk as false, and this way your React app, when it builds, it won't basically generate that inline JavaScript. Instead, it will keep it as a separate file, which is exactly what we want. Now there is another problem also. If you would have looked at React's build more closely, React only generates one JavaScript file. But here in our extension, we want 2 JavaScript files. One is for the background JavaScript and one is the injected script that we want to use. So to do that, there are multiple ways you can do. You've all heard of webpack config, right? So to get your webpack config, you can do npm run eject and it will generate a webpack config for you, which you can modify. Or you can use other JavaScript builders, like I am using Krakow here. So if you go, I've installed Krakow here and I'll just show you. So here you'll see I have write 2 files here in my entry. One is content and one is background, which is pointing to my, so this content file is pointing to my main app code, which I'll be injecting to each tab in my browser. And the background file is the background file, which will be handling everything from the top, right? So if I do this now, let me just run build for you. Right. So now if you'll go to build, go to static and JS, now you'll see it has generated 2 files. One is your content JS and one is your background JS. So this solves our problem of creating 2 files out of our build, right? Now there is another problem. So how many of you folks have heard of shadow root, shadow DOM, right? So basically when you want to have a separate context from your main app, so what we want here is, let's say you created some styles in your extension. We want to decouple them from the main app, since we are going to inject our script into the current tab. Let's say that particular app is using some class name called hello, right? And we in our extension also used hello. So there will be conflict of classes, and my styles, like extension styles, are going to apply to that, or vice versa. So we want to basically decouple that from our main extension ka code, right? So basically what will happen now is every time you generate your build, you can go to the CSS folder and you can see it basically generates some random string, right? Main and some random string will be there. So it changes every time. So every time I generate a new build, this string is going to change. And in your Chrome extension manifest file, if I just go, yeah. So you have something called as web accessible resources, which means these are the resources that your extension will share as a file to that particular page which is trying to load the extension. Otherwise, so what we want to do here is we want to load that particular style CSS file into our extension. So to load that into our extension, we basically want that particular website to load our extension file, right? But now here the problem is that every time our build is getting generated, every time I do yarn build or npm build, I basically have to go to this manifest file and go to this web accessible resources and write the path to my CSS file here. So this is like a small hack which I did. So I created this simple script file, and what this basically does is it basically goes to that manifest file, go to that parse that as a JSON, takes that web accessible resources key, and when my build is generated, when my build is completed, I run a post build script. You guys know what post build script are, right? So that will run after your build is completed. So in that I basically passed this script, and automatically it's going to take that CSS new generated CSS file and change that string in my path in my manifest. So this way I don't have to manually do the write the path of the CSS file every time I generate a new build, right? Now let's, cool. So we are here, we have set up a basic Chrome extension now, where we basically now know that every time our CSS or our style file is generated, we now are able to specify in our web accessible resources. So whenever any website is trying to load our extension, it also have the file to style our extension accordingly, right? Now we'll talk about message passing API. So Chrome basically introduced this message passing API through which you can basically talk between your background script and the script which is running on the client on that particular web page. So the idea here is, let's say I want that whenever some user clicks on the icon extension, I want to load a pop-up, which is exactly what Loom does, right? So in that case, what my content script will do, content script will say ki my background script will know ki that the icon is clicked over there, right? So it will send a message to the content script saying that the icon is being clicked, and my content script will listen to that message and will try to load that pop-up because the icon is clicked. So that is exactly it is very similar to how you write node, right? So you just have to basically tell to send a particular message with a particular payload, and then that end will receive that, and you can have a switch case or whatever to render different cases of each message, and for each particular case you can run your own handler function to basically do whatever you want, right? And you can do vice versa. So my content script also can send some message to the background script and ask it to do some stuff, right? Cool. So let's get a basic architecture of what we want to do here. We want that the user will go and click on the extension. It will load a particular pop-up that will have some sort of CTA to start our recording, and it will basically record our entire screen. That is the idea here, right? So let me first try to show you how it looks in action. So see, when I clicked my extension, it automatically loaded that pop-up right there. And it also loaded a Loom like DOM here, which is my media stream, right? And now when I basically go and click on start recording, it basically asks me to share my entire screen or window or whatever. And I can start my screen recording now. So I can do blah, blah, blah. And then when I'll go scroll down and then when I stop my screen recording, I have the generated video. So this is, I think, yeah. So you guys can see that this generated a video of me doing that exact recording. So this is the idea of this creating this extension we want to build, that whenever the user clicks on that button on the pop-up, it basically start recording my entire screen and convert that to a blob and further convert it to a video and show that video to us. So this is what we will be building. So I'll just go to code again. So let's divide this to few steps. Our first idea is to get that pop-up whenever that icon is clicked, right? So I'll just show you that part. Okay. So before talking about that, there are two ways of opening an extension. So there is something called as action key in your manifest file, this one. So here you can basically define the path of the file which should run right after user clicks on the extension or whenever your extension is installed in a particular script. So there are two ways. So one is when you basically define that file path. In that case, it will inject that particular file to every tab that is going to load that extension. The other way is you just define the action and you just define the title, and then you have your own handler in your background script file which will manually inject that file to that particular tab. That's what we want to do here, because we don't want this pop-up to show up every time we open a new tab, right? We only want to show this pop-up only when that particular icon is clicked. So I'll just go to my background. Sorry. So this is basically an event which fires whenever your extension is installed on any particular browser. So here the idea of running this function is, you've seen all the extension, how they work is, whenever you install the extension, for every new tab or every new website that you go, it will load the scripts automatically there. But for all the previous scripts or all the previous tabs or websites which are there, it won't inject that content script to those. So here the idea is we are running this handler and we are yeah. Right. So Chrome extension, it's limited on Chrome. So you can, the only thing you can do is the one which I have done, that creating a post build script which automatically injects your newly created CSS every time in your manifest file. Other than that, every time you basically build or make any changes to your file, you can also create a VS Code script which automatically generates the build on every save. That is you can do. But apart from that, on your Chrome browser, you actually have to go and reload the extension every time you make any changes. So that is the part where they, Chrome has to implement. So there is nothing we can do about it, I think. Okay. Sure. So the idea of this function over here is to basically take all the previous websites which are, or all the previous tabs that are open, and inject our script to those particular pages. So here it basically takes all the windows of your Chrome, and for each of those windows it will take that window ID and try to get all the tabs in that particular window, and then for each tab it will basically inject our script. And if I go to this inject script function, it basically takes all the scripts from my manifest file, and you have, so all these APIs which I am using here are all listed on Chrome docs, so you can go and check them out later. So Chrome API has this Chrome extension has this API execute script, which will execute any particular script. So it will execute any particular script onto that particular tab, right? So here I am just executing that script to my particular targeted tab. So this is what it's doing, and I am also inserting my CSS file to that particular tab also. So that can also be done. So up till this point, what we have achieved is whenever our Chrome extension is installed, it has taken all the tabs which were already there, and it has injected all the content script to each of those tabs, and it has also injected all the styles to each of those tabs, so that whenever our extension load, it has all the necessary files to open that pop-up. Yeah. Now this chrome.action is the same action which was listed in our manifest file. In our manifest file, we have the key called action, right? So here we are doing the same. We are saying ki whenever that action is clicked, so whenever our our extension icon is clicked on that, we have to basically listen, and whenever that happens, we are sending a message to that particular tab that the icon is clicked. So here, if you'll go and see this function, we are doing chrome.tabs.send message, and then we are passing in the tab ID. So it will have the access that on what was the active tab when you basically clicked on that particular extension. And using that tab ID, we are basically passing this message to that particular tab, right? Now all of the tabs which were there already have our content script, right? So they will know what to do with this particular message, right? So it will listen to that message, and it will basically know ki, okay, icon is clicked now I basically have to load the pop-up. So if I go back again to my main content script file, yeah, so I have a use effect here, and on my use effect I have on message listener. So this on message listener, what it will do is it will listen to all the messages that are coming to this particular tab, right? And it will run a message handler on this, which is nothing but a switch case function, which looks for all kinds of messages that are coming, and based on what type of message it is or what message it is, it will basically run some function. So if I go to this message handler, yeah, you will see that one of the case here is when message type is icon clicked. So in that case, what we are doing is, if recording is already going on, that we want to stop the recording. So this is basically an accessibility thing, that whenever you are recording, you can click the icon again to stop the recording. And otherwise, if recording is not there, you basically have to show the pop-up, right? And the other function is start stream, which basically will try to get your camera stream and load that particular camera div that we rendered, right? Cool. So up until this point, what we have done is we have basically loaded all the CSS files, loaded all the JavaScript file to all the tabs which were there. Then we calculated a function. We calculated an icon clicked function that basically sent a message to our content script to basically tell it to load the pop-up, and our content script basically listened to that message and loaded that pop-up, and then again use this function to basically render the string, right? Cool. So now the next step is, whenever our button on the pop-up is clicked, we again want to, create a, we want to ask user for the screen permission, and then we want to start capturing the stream, right? So if you'll go and see here, I have this button here, and this button have this handle record listener. So again, what this will do is, it will create, here it's creating a message, and the message type is to get the string, and it's sending, I've told that it can happen both the ways, okay? So the background script can also send the message to the content script, and vice versa. The content script can also send the message to the background script. So now here, whenever I am clicking that button, it's sending a message to the background script that you please try to get the stream, right? Now I've sent the message chrome.runtime.send message, and here my message type is get stream, right? Now let's go back again to our background file and see the part where we are, rendering the get stream. So here again we have this message handler, and here you have the get stream function, get stream case. So whenever a request comes from content script to get a particular stream, we will run this function handle start recording. What this will do is, so how many of you folks have used of or heard of Navigator APIs? Okay, cool. So most of you know. So basically, to access your camera or microphone or screen streams, you basically have a Navigator API from Chrome, which will basically automatically request for permission from the user, and if the user allows, it will return a promise which will hold your stream. So here we are doing the exact same thing. So for that particular tab, we are trying to do a desktop capture. This is again a Chrome API which Chrome has given for extensions, where you can basically choose a particular desktop media. So we have given them options for screen or window or tab, and then based on whatever option they will select, we will just go and take that stream ID. It will return us a stream ID, and we pass back the stream ID to our content script. So here there is one point that we have to notice. There are certain limitations to background script and to content script. Background script cannot get your access to your stream directly because it's a background script, and since after manifest version 3, it's a service worker, so which means it will automatically get deleted after some time, right? It will keep instantiating based on your usage. So there are certain limitations to your background scripts, and there are certain limitations to your content script. So our content script cannot ask for user to basically have the ability to choose a particular screen or tab, to basically select which screen or tab they want to record, but your content script have the ability to get that stream. So that's why we are doing this go back flow, where first your content script sent a message to your background script to know which stream ID it has to record. Then it basically sent back a stream ID back to the content script, and with that stream ID, your content script is taking the stream from and starting the recording. So this is exactly what this did. It basically gave user the option to basically choose any particular screen, either screen or window or tab, and based on that it basically gave us a stream ID in a callback, and we again sent a message, created a message with the stream ID in the payload, and again passed this message to that particular tab which is trying to record or on which your extension is loaded, right? So here it passed the message, and this message particularly holds the stream ID for which we have to start recording, right? Now, if we look closely, here the message type is start recording. So again, we will have a handler here which will solve for when a request comes for start recording message type. So here the first use case is same. Whenever a message comes with a type of start recording, we will see if it has a payload or not. If it doesn't has a payload, we will return an error. Otherwise, we call our function handle recording. So our handle recording function will take stream ID from our payload, and here, this is the part where it's trying to get the stream from that particular stream ID. So if you look closely, you can define the media source as desktop or whatever, and here you can see that the media source ID is the stream ID which has come through our payload, right? So now it will try to record that exact particular stream which is coming through our whichever selection the user has made, right? Now if the stream is not coming, we'll again throw an error, and otherwise we will call our function start, which will basically get this stream and get this local stream. So I'll just show you. So I've created 2 custom hooks here. Just a second. Yeah. So I've created 2 custom hooks here. One is use recorder and one is use media stream. The job of use recorder is basically to take that stream and start recording. Have you guys heard of media recorder APIs? So basically there is 2 things. One is your stream, and then your stream, you can convert your stream to blob data, right? So basically to store or to record any sort of stream, your Chrome has given you a media recorder API. What it will do, it will take that stream, and whenever the stream starts coming, that chunks of data starts coming to it, it will basically try to record it and try to store that in forms of small blobs, right? And once your stream stops coming, it will return you a one final blob that will hold your entire recording data. So the idea of this hook is to do the same, that whenever we basically call the start function, it will start taking that stream into account and start record that start. So consider it like this: you have a current of electricity, right? So basically now you have a listener, you have a whatever diode or something attached to it that basically checks how much of current is flowing through that wire, and it basically tries to record that data. So this is exactly how media recorder API works. So you have the stream going on. Whenever you attach that particular media recorder, it will try to record all the blob data, all the stream that is going through it, convert those small chunks of blobs into one single blob, and then return that blob. And once we have the blob, we can just generate a URL out of it and show it to our user. The second hook is the use media stream hook, which is nothing but basically it will try to get your camera and your microphone stream and return that to us. I'll just go to their implementation also. Yeah. So use media stream, what it will do, it has a media stream state and a state to basically tell us if your media stream is or your camera stream is coming or not, right? How many of you know about this type of syntax where you return a function in your use effect? So this is basically done to avoid memory leaks in React, where whenever our component unmounts, we want to clear all our states. So this is exactly what we are doing here, that whenever whichever component is calling this particular hook, whenever that unmounts, it automatically tries to stop listening to that stream. And here we have our start stream function. All this does is, again, do the same, get the navigator media devices API, and using our particular constraints, I have defined constraints here where I have turned on echo cancellation, noise separations, and for video, I have defined the resolution. So using those constraints, it will try to get that particular stream out of user's camera device and microphone device. And basically I am setting that stream to my media stream. And here I have stop stream function, which will try to close all these streams which are coming through this camera and microphone device. And it basically returns all of these functions and states as an object. Then here you have your use recorder function. So this is a little bit tricky, where here the idea of this hook is basically to have a state which will hold all your small chunks of blob data, and then in the end what we are going to do is we are going to convert all this blob data into one single URL, which will be your video, right? So there is one thing here, different types of browsers use different types of encoding format when they try to record a particular blob, right? So here are the major types or the most supported types of encoding formats which most of the browsers support. So we will need this to create a final blob. So if you know about the blob API, you basically have to pass a MIME type to it, which is basically telling your Chrome or your browser to a way to basically concatenate or basically convert them to a single blob, right? So here I have this type state which will basically tell me the supported type of or the encoding formats my particular browser supports, right? Then you have a recorder which is a ref. How many of you are known to the concepts of ref? I think most of you know, right? So refs are, can you, anyone of you tell me the difference between ref and a state? Yeah, so basically your state, every time your state changes, your entire component is going to re-render, but it's not the case with refs. So you can consider refs as normal variables, and in any case you don't want your component to re-render whenever you want to store any value or to a particular ref. In that case you will use refs. Refs also have other applications like forwarding refs and stuff where you can use them. So React is basically React is only one-way binding, right? So parent can send data to the child, but the child cannot control the parent. This is how React works, right? You've always passed data down to the child elements, but it has never been the opposite. You can do that using forwarding refs in React. But anyways, so we have also created an audio context here. So audio context is nothing but creating a context out of all the audio streams that are coming. Assume there are multiple audio streams which are coming, right? Here in our case it's only one, but assume you are trying to record a particular, let's say you are trying to record Google Meet. You have multiple audio streams, or you're trying to create your own application. You're trying to create your own Google Meet where you will have audio streams coming from all the participants. So in that case, you will have multiple streams of audios. So you can create a context out of it that will hold all of those audio streams, and you can control that as one single object. So this is what audio context is for. And then you have this destination node, which will again be used by this audio context to point to. I'll just quickly go and we'll start from how this hook is going to be used, and we'll accordingly cover the rest of the hook. So this hook gives me a function start, and if I go to my start function, yeah, it basically accepts a stream and a local stream. By stream, my meaning is to Yeah, sure. It's almost done. So stream will take the screen capture stream or the desktop stream which is coming, and local stream is basically the camera and the microphone stream which is coming, right? It will take that stream. Here it is basically trying to check which particular type of video encoding is supported in our particular browser. So to do that, I am just Chrome gives you this is supported API media recorder dot is type supported, and I can basically check for each type which I've created in my array to check if that particular if any of them is supported in my browser or not. If none of them is supported, I'm throwing an error. Otherwise, I'm setting my type to that particular type. Now, if I have my local stream coming, which means if I have my camera or audio recording or audio stream coming, in that case, I am creating my audio context, and this audio context will do nothing but just take that stream, get the tracks out of it, and take all the audio stream and put that to our audio context. Next up, here we have our, so recorder is a ref and not a state. So we are doing recorder.current and we are creating a new media recorder. This is exactly where your media recording, or you can say that the diode is attached to your electricity wire. So your stream is there. This is exactly where your media recorder will start listening to this media stream. So this is how you basically combine multiple streams together. So here I am combining all these streams that are coming from my desktop media or the entire screen, and next I have all these streams which are coming through my local streams, right? I'm converting them to one stream, and when all the wires are connected to one particular main wire, we are attaching our diode which is basically which will basically start listening to that stream and start recording it, right? Here I can define the MIME type, which will use the same type which we calculated just now, that whatever type our browser supported. Based on that, it will try to use this particular MIME type to record our video. And you can also define video bits per second, which is exactly what it names, right? So once you do that, it will start listening to your stream. Now media recorder API gives you couple of functions. One of them is on data available. What this callback will do is whenever any data, it will start to record. So assume it like this. Akash is here, right? I am the stream. Akash is listening to me, whatever I am blabbering here, right? So whenever the recording starts, he will start to collect all the words which I am talking here, right? And whenever he has, I can define. So if I'll go here, I have defined 100 as the size here. So whenever the size of my blob exceeds 100 millisecond, it will convert that to one blob, and I will send that blob to my on data available callback, and that callback will store it, right? And I'll keep sending my 100 millisecond chunks to Akash, and he will keep storing all those small chunks of blob to one particular array, right? So I have this add listener functions. It basically, again, here is our data available listener. So this is exactly what it's doing. It's calling this handle data available function, and on top we had the handle data available. So see, if event is coming here, event has data and the data size is greater than 0, right? In that case, we are just pushing the data to our particular blob, right? So this is nothing but an array. So here we defined our blobs array, right? So it is just pushing small chunks of blob data into our array, right? Now after your add data available function, we also have this event listener. Whenever the diode is detached from the stream, this event listener will run. So whenever you stop your stream recording, it will try to find out the particular duration that has been passed till now, and then it will try to take. So stream is nothing but a combination of tracks, right? So stream can have multiple tracks. It can be a video, it can be audio, right? And multiple streams can also generate one single stream, and any particular stream you can basically record it. So this is how this is organized. So it is trying to get all the tracks in that particular stream, and for each track it is basically going to run track.stop, which will stop that, which will tell the browser to stop listening to those tracks. So it will eventually close your camera stream, close your microphone stream, close your screen capturing stream, right? And then we have the start function, which is nothing, which will be called whenever you basically, whenever your media recorder will start listening to your API. So this is how this hook is structured. So what this hook is doing, this hook is attaching a media recorder to the stream which is coming, taking the audio stream also into the account, and then converting a final media stream out of it. And then to that media stream, it is attaching a media recorder. It is generating 100 milliseconds blobs. And for all the blobs, I'll just show you this part also. Yeah, so we have this function get blobs. What it does is, so we have blob API also from Chrome. You can create blob from multiple chunks of blobs. So it is very similar to stream, right? You can, from multiple streams, you can create one stream. Similarly, from multiple blobs, you can create one single blob. So here I'm doing the same. I'm passing all my blobs to it, and I'm passing the MIME type, and I'm generating a super blob. Here, this function is doing nothing. So if you'll see, if you look more closely, all the video which we are generating, all the data of the video which we are generating has no metadata attached to it. So the use of this function is just to attach metadata to it, so that whenever any player tries to load this video, it already has the information of the duration of the videos, how it can be seeked and all those stuff, right? And then it's returning the super blob, which is nothing but the video. So when I go back to my, just a second. So when I go back to my content script, and I'll go back to the case where your icon is clicked again, right? So if your icon is, just a second. Yeah. So if it's already recording, it will basically call stop and stop stream function. Whenever you call the stop function from that hook, what it will do, it will stop listening to all these streams. Stop stream function will close off the camera and microphone streams, right? And whenever this stops, I will run the get blobs function to generate the blob of video, and I'll call them in a, I'll convert that to a URL and basically open that URL. So I'll just show you get blobs. Yeah. So here I have a use effect which basically listens to the state of my recorder. So whenever my recorder state changes to stop from recording, I am getting the blobs, and if I basically get the blob, I am again passing a message with the URL of my generated blob. So this will essentially convert this to a URL which can be accessed, or you can use this blob data to upload also to your S3 or whatever, right? So it's again passing this as a payload URL to again back to my background script. And what my background script is going to do, it's basically going to open a new tab with this particular URL. That's it. So whenever we basically stop our extension, it automatically takes that blob and opens it in a new tab. So I'll just show you the demo once again. So now whenever I refresh this page or for all the previous tab, let's again recall everything what we have done so far. So here, whenever this particular window is there, for all the old tabs as well as for all the new tabs, it has already injected, because whenever we installed our extension, it has already injected all the CSS files and the content script files required, and background script file is already sitting with our extension. So now it's only a game of message passing APIs, right? Now, whenever I click on this particular icon, I basically run that particular listener function, which basically listens whenever my icon is clicked, and it will send that message to the content script. Content script will load this pop-up, right? And again, whenever your use effect mounts, whenever your component mounts, it will start taking the camera stream and will load this div. So I'll share the public link of this repo, so you can see how I made this draggable and all those things. Those are pretty easy, right? So yeah, so whenever I clicked on the icon, it basically took the camera and microphone stream, rendered that particular div, and then it also opened the pop-up. Now, when I hit start recording, it again sent a message to the background script saying, you please try to find which particular stream ID or which particular screen the user wants to record. Now I, let's say, selected entire screen and I press share. So whatever the stream ID of this particular window will be there, it will send it back to the content script. Now content script will start capturing the stream for this particular stream ID. Now whenever it starts capturing this stream, I'll basically run my start recording function, which will start listening to those particular stream, both the stream from my desktop device and the stream coming from my camera, my audio, right? And then again the same process. Whenever basically I click on the icon again or I click stop recording, it basically generates a video which is generated using all those blobs which I've just explained in my hook. So yeah, this is how you basically create a very small version of a Loom-like extension. If you are eager to learn more about extensions, you can always reach out to me. I'll just share my link tree here. Yeah, so you can just scan this with your phones to connect with me. So we can most probably catch up later for any extensions or React or Next, anything web, right? Cool. Thank you guys.
We'll take a short break.
भाई कितनी गर्मी लग रही थी इसमें, कान फट गए मेरे, पसीना आ रहा है.
I'm actually building a like a web extension for LI, and I think I can talk about the architecture.
Yeah, sure thing, dude. Sure thing. So I mean, I also was like pretty beginner. I did like mostly React and all the backend stuff, Node.js and all that. This was my first time like creating my own sort of extension. So we also had extension for VS Code. So that also did pretty much the same thing. You can basically record your entire editor. So yeah.
Yeah, but the documentation it's not that clear.
It's not clear at all. It's always hit and trial.
It's like
Hey, Akash. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. So what's this one? You extended it or something?
No. This was separate. This is
Okay.
Chrome extension.
Last time you showed it as a web app, right?
Oh, that was to create your branded videos.
Okay. And
This was just simple plain recording.
oh, okay. That one was extended one or something.
Yeah. That basically use that stream to inject it to a canvas, and that canvas has your own branded
Right. that
designs.
I remember.
Yeah.
I even
So you
tried
can
it
basically
for
create your branded
Next.js.
videos. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun, man. Like, say, basically, we used to record our UA feature and then upload it to Fabricator.
Okay.
And for each and every feature we need to do that.
Yeah.
And we were trying out multiple tools. It was like fucking, and like we again like I built a tool like which was like half a day of work, like
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you said, and then it was up, and it is like a web app. Everybody
Yeah,
is
yeah.
using it, downloading it, and you can add the fabricator name also. You can
Yeah,
add the
yeah, yeah.
company
Exactly,
branding also,
exactly.
whatever you
That was fun. So we
So, and
extended
this
it
one
more
is
to.
like extension doing the same work but without any branding stuff or something like that.
Yeah, so there we will record the stream and we'll inject that to the canvas. Here we are just recording the stream, whatever is coming from our desktop
And you are
media.
allowing it to download.
Yeah, I'm just recording it, converting it to a blob, and just downloading it or showing it in the next tab. Hey, hey Akash. Thanks, man.
I came late, but
No issues. We can catch up later anytime if you're interested.
I am Vibhushan. Yeah, I know you. I recognized you. I recognized you when you came. You are Twitter. You used to, yeah, in the middle you had like online React meetups. Na? I used to do internals. Few you had React internals. Last 1 year, it's a little bit thanda padi hai. Because you got married. Got married, got into a startup. Two things happened.
Getting in startup is still okay, but then running your own startup is fucked up shit, dude.
You are running your own startup.
No,
No, not running.
I am running
But,
right now.
It's very early stage. So very few people. You have to build a lot.
So have you like raised already or like you're looking?
We have raised.
Okay.
Series
Okay, nice.
probably. Have you heard of Prophecy?
No. It's like an
Prophecy.
it's like a venture capital or something.
No, it's a low code tool for
Okay.
data engineering.
Okay.
Working on front end side of that.
Okay, nice.
Not my history. I thought you were thinking like a first step.
I was like, that was your idea. Like, damn.
Not
Super soon.
sometimes. No, it's focused on data engineering.
Okay. I think I got it, something similar somewhere. It's a Chennai-based startup. I got the name. Actually, the founders did completed and on startup. I can find it out. Give me 5 minutes. I got like some. We had some discussion with them, but it didn't work out well. But it was kind of similar idea, like a data engine they are building.
Data engineering.
With the low code platform.
So they have to complete like so they kind of connect the data engineering part and then the metadata part. So there are a couple of things that I will not bore with the details of the product.
Hey, Akash. Okay.
Anything related to AI? We will soon
Oh, damn. So मैं सारे में से हो?
more of a
Oh, nice.
low code tool.
Okay.
On existing open source. So basically, it's like it generates
हाँ,
code.
nice.
Also like right now we are building for SQL. So you can build try करना है एक बार.
तुम कब ग्रेजुएट हुए SRM? Oh, damn. Damn.
They are again like different world.
हाँ यार SRM में भीड़ ही इतनी है ब्रो.
खैर मतलब सिर्फ जितना करते रहता था वो तो आइडिया रहता ही था.
हाँ राइट.
चल रहा है.
हाँ तो मतलब टेक टीम में हम ही थे, मैं ईशान श्रीराम. हाँ
श्रीराम के फ्लैटमेट्स मेरे दोस्त.
ओके नाइस. अतुल और वो सब ना. हाँ पार्थ. हाँ हम सब लोग सफा में ही रहते थे तो ना. ओह नाइस. वो लोग तो भाई फ्लैट के अंदर क्रिकेट खेल लेते थे. हाँ भाई नाइस. तो तुम कहाँ पे कर रहे हो अभी, क्या कर रहे हो? ओके ओके
and then you also have to figure out how data is
Hmm.
how the data is changing.
Nice.
So basically gives you the whole so the
Okay.
those things are there, and then the analytics part.
Nice. Nice.
So we are also coming into the AI part.
अरे it's like खुद करते रहोगे ना तो मतलब this was me in 1 year. तो अगर तुम करोगे रेगुलरली तो हाँ हाँ ट्रू 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 वो वीडियो है यूट्यूब पे हाँ रिएक्टिफाई का
So they are doing that. We are just providing a platform where you can write things with this.
हाँ हाँ ध्रुव आओ ए आकाश
Akash, yeah. So I wanted to ask you something.
हाँ
I was following and I was also trying to build extension side by side, whatever you're saying.
राइट
So my question था कि I see that everybody is using React for even for something like home extensions. People usually these days don't go for vanilla JS anymore,
yeah
which is fine. But performance issues and it's pretty heavy.
yeah it actually depends on how you write React. It's a trade-off, bro. So extension usually are pretty heavy. You've seen if you'll go and check out Loom extension, it's actually pretty heavy. So I mean, it's solely like not possible. Like if you go and try to like let's say I had this use effect which will run always on mount. How do I make sure that happens in a normal vanilla JS code? So it's basically a trade-off, is what I feel. So it's obviously it's totally up to you on how you want to create. But I feel with the power of a framework, you can create it much better, much faster.
That's a, like, I mean, I can
It's
just
like a
it's
trade-off, yeah,
whatever
obviously.
experience we
Yeah, yeah.
But is that like a pretty common thing?
Yeah you can choose multiple frameworks. I haven't actually checked fresh or all the other frameworks which are there on in terms of how they behave,
No,
but
not directly that question, but
yeah
the question is like, so developer experience is preferred more over here
yeah so see in the end everything is HTML JS CSS, right? And extension anyways is client side, so there is no point of rendering it server side, and there is also no point of hydrating it because you don't want an extension which just shows you something. It always has to be interactable.
Editing is pretty obvious thing.
Yeah exactly
Going into that area,
exactly. So anything anyways you basically have to do client side rendering. So anyways it's so even if you'll compare, let's say you write some particular
So this is attached, or is it connected? Second initializing. Initializing this.
Just screen mirroring. Hey, what happened? It's connected to the wrong Wi-Fi.
Is it mine? Yeah, it's mine. It's fine.
I think it's this.
With this, we have to disconnect this one. Right?
Remote is with Yogesh. The laptop itself is with the laptop.
So how this? We can start. You starting? Can you give them the call? Just.
So I want to get started with the rest of the talks.
Yeah. So hi everyone. Today I will be giving a talk on real-time events using server-side event. And before getting started, let me give some introduction about myself. So I am Hervinder Singh. Currently, I'm working as a front-end developer with VMware, and so you can connect on with me on some social media account, LinkedIn and Twitter for further. Let's get started. So I wanted to start with the real world use cases where exactly the server side event fits in our day-to-day use cases. Uh, let me start with you. How many of you, use see cricket information on Crick Info you use, or for football matches? How many of you use web pages to see the scores over there? Many of us, right? How many of you use Twitter in day to day and see their updates getting refreshed in real time? So these are some of the use cases I will be going to talk about today. That how these use cases we're gonna
achieved through server-side event. So I hope you get some context, where we're heading towards. So while you are give an example on the web page, while you are seeing some score updates on the web page, you have seen that the score gets updated in real time. You don't have to refresh the page in order to get the updated scores over there. You just see the screen and it gets automatically get updated in the background. And if you see, that's very fascinating to see, how everything is working in the background. It's automatically gets syncing up on the page. So this is exactly where the server-side event fits in, and we will be talking further about how this we're gonna achieve the same uh, uh, technology to get the real-time updates over here. So let me give you some introduction about the server-side event. So server-side event is the server push notification, which helps the server to send automatic updates to the client. And once the connection is established, so the server can send the updates to the client at any time interval. So you don't have to wait for the client to initiate the request that give me some data. Then only the server respond. And so exactly the server-side event fits that use case. I will be deep diving more into this use cases. First, let me. Can anybody help here? Sit. Yeah, Kiran. Yeah, this is the laptop. Yeah. No, this is mine.
Oh, okay. Akash's laptop is there to correct it actually. Okay.
Okay. It's fine. This is. Can you do a full screen? Thanks. So before jumping deep dive into the server-side event, I wanted to step back and see how exactly the data sharing has been, working over the internet, and how the traditional approach was, and how it get evolved with the, upcoming days, and how we achieve to the real-time events, and what are the technologies we have in our industry right now. And but I want to set some context before that, how usually the traditional way of data sharing work. So if you see here, the traditional way, it's all started with the client and server request and response model. So on the left hand side, you can see the client, and on the right hand side, you can see the server. So in order to send so at the first time, the client sends a simple plain HTTP request to the server, and based on the request, the server respond uh, uh, with the data, if it has data right away, or with the empty response to the client, and the connection get closed. All this communication used to work on HTTP protocol, which is a stateless protocol, which means that in order for the client to again communicate, it again has to establish a new connection. So you can see on the second request, if the client again has to talk to the server, he has to again make another request, and based on that, the server will respond. So this used to be the model for web application, which usually fits for the use cases where you don't rely on the real-time events, and you need a data per basis of the demand. But this model doesn't usually fit with the use cases where you need a real-time events, where you have a streaming of events, and you wanted to use this technology to fulfill that use case. And for that, there are some of the options come up with the previously and now. So these are the four options I will be talking about. The four option is the HTTP short pooling, then HTTP long pooling, then WebSocket, and server-side event. So I will be covering each and every one, how exactly it works, and where exactly this use cases fits in, and why we going forward with the server-side event. Yeah. Coming with the short pooling. So how many of you heard about the short pooling and exactly it works? So yeah, one hand, two hand. Okay, no problem. So I will be telling. So short pooling is a Ajax-based call which call itself at the fixed time interval. So what exactly is, on the left hand side is the client and on the right hand side is the server, you can see. So first of all, if client has to communicate to the server, it will send a plain request and the server responding two-way. Uh, if if the data is available, it automatically will respond back and close the connection, and the client will wait for a set time interval, and then again after the set time interval, it again will send the another request. Then again the server will respond. Then again the client will wait for sub set time interval, and again the same format of communication will work. So if you see, the client is waiting for some set interval before communicating to the server. So if you see real time event through this eyes, yeah, you will somewhat will achieve the updates. You are if I'm talking about the updates of score updates, um, I say after every 1 minute, go and fetch the updates of the score, latest update. So I'm using a simple model, and so what this short polling will does, after every 1 minute, it will go and fetch the latest data from the server. And this is working over a simple plain HTTP protocol. This used to fulfill some of the use cases, but it has all comes with its own challenge. So the one of the advantage of this technology was it is simpler, and because it works over the simple HTTP protocol, you don't have to do any configuration on the server or a client. It works on the normal call. And the second is that if your time, if your events are taking in between, if your the time between your events happening is too large, if I say about 5 minutes, your events are coming between the span of 5 minutes, and then you can use this short polling, which is a traditional way, that after 5 minutes you can call and fetch the data. Uh, that will somewhat not be a server consuming, but it's a very plain technology if your use cases somewhat fits that application. But Kiran, can you? Okay. Yeah, we can continue. So coming to the cons, we can right away see from the approach also that we are end up making a too many requests after each interval, and it's not sure that every time we are getting the data from the server. Sometimes it happens that you are making a call to the server and data is not there. Then the server is responding with a plain stale response. So it usually not a best case scenario over there, that if you're you know if your events are happening at not a time interval where you end up making a too many requests to the server, and you end up getting a not consuming the response format over there. Second thing is, if your application is somewhat where you require a very low latency, or with a you want an event where you don't need any delay in timing, whenever there is a event happening on the back end, you wanted to push it to the client as soon as possible. And you can see this, you are fetching the records from the server after time interval. So that puts not a very good idea to go forward with that type of application where you needed a low latency of timing over there. So uh, so the another approach was come with the long pulling. So long pulling somewhat helps one of the use cases where the short pulling was has a disadvantage, that the server was giving a stale response even when the event was not there. So how exactly the long pulling works? So the client make a request to the server, and the server respond in two way. If the data is available, it will automatically respond back to the client and close the connection. If the data is not available, it will hold that request, persist that request for some time interval till the event is happening. And once after some time the event come, then the server will respond back with the response. So with this use case, your chances of getting a stale response somewhat reduces in terms of short pulling. And again the client again makes another connection. So here comes that how long the server persists that request. It always sometimes depends that if the data is available, it respond back, and the client can make another connection. But sometimes you have to put a timeout on the API request format from the client, that if you don't get the response from that time interval, just time out the request and make the another call to the server. So this somewhat gives some advantage over the short pulling. One is it's better than the latency and the getting a stale response from the short pulling. And second is that is simple implementation of HTTP protocol. And again the cons which comes over it, you can't use it for the system where your system require again with no delay and low latency. So this use case doesn't really scale over there. Second con is that if your if your application and machine is too complex, you end up making thousands of requests on alive with the server, and that will make a server resource not in a very pretty good state. You end up making a constraint on resources, on server resources. So this were some of the challenges, and which used to come up with the long pulling and short pulling. And based on that, then another technology come, which is the WebSocket, which is how many of you heard about the WebSocket? I know many of us, because we are in the new area and we heard about the WebSockets. Short pulling and long pulling used to do with the traditional way. There are some use cases which industry used to follow that, but I think we very much aware with the WebSocket. So what exactly is the WebSocket? So WebSocket is the communication protocol which establish a bidirectional flow between client and server. And once the connection has been established, both the client and server can communicate with each other at any time interval. So you don't have to wait for either of the client to get some action, then only the server will respond. Once the pipeline has been set up, the both client and server can communicate over there. So but how exactly this WebSocket works? So first the client make a simple HTTP call, and it uses HTTP upgrade protocol to upgrade the existing protocol, HTTP protocol, to the WebSocket protocol. So how exactly it works? Initially the client will initiate the HTTP protocol and ask the server to upgrade the from existing HTTP protocol to WebSocket protocol. So HTTP protocol usually works over the transport layer, and after the upgradation, this WebSocket usually work on the network layer. So yeah, you can just so I will continue. So once this connection has been established, the both client and the server can pipeline they can communicate at any time interval. And this WebSocket usually work really well for the system where you need a low latency and both bidirectional flow of data you needed. So if talking about the game in the gaming application, where you both the client and the user, while interacting with the game, they are playing it. So you needed an interaction, you are playing with the game, and you needed a response there, someone is also responding over there. In that type of use cases, WebSocket fits really well, that you needed a bidirectional low latency, and this type of communication really scale with that type of application. So if I talk about the pros, there are many pros. If your requirement is that you needed a bidirectional flow of data and low latency and less resources, is that WebSocket works over a single TCP connection. You makes once it's been connected, it works over a single TCP connection, and you can interact with both the client and server. The cone which I see is the implementation part of WebSocket. If your system has is very complex and you end up making too many changes on the config side, so the load balancing over the WebSocket is complex, is achievable, but it's a task. So it's not easy to makes that type of configuration on all the level of the system. Firewall also face the same challenge in terms of WebSocket, because you are upgrading the existing protocol HTTP protocol to the new protocol of WebSocket. So And the second is the cone, which is I see is that taking a scenario of client and server, they both are communicating, and somewhat due to the network issue, the network get dropped and your connection get lost. So in that case, there will be no automatic reestablishment of connection, that the server will be, the WebSocket will take care that the connection has been dropped. I have to reinitiate and make a connection. In that case, you have to the client should be aware that the connection has been dropped. The client had to initiate again for the connection, and that's the one of the cones for WebSocket. And so with this challenge, we come to the server side event, which is the our topic, where server side exactly fits. So server side is, I think, fits in a really wide range of applications, which we have talked about. If you have application where you needed a one direction flow, so server side event is a push notification technology which allow a one direction flow of data. So you can see only the server is sending the events to the client. So if your use case is that where you need a one direction of data and latency is low, and there the server side event really scale very well. So how exactly works? It works over a simple HTTP protocol. So you, on the left hand side, the client make a initial HTTP call to make a connection request. It usually works over the event source API, which usually initiate. And once the connection has been established between client and server, at any time interval, the server can send the event to the client, and the client can respond and subscribe to that event. And based on that events, the client can take an action. And suppose our give an example of crickets. In the cricket, as a client, I'm not taking any action. I'm just taking the events from the server. So it's a one directional flow from server to the client. So in that use cases, this really well. And for one of my application also, where you have a uh, you know the progress bar, or some of the bulk operations you have to make in the system, and you have to notify the user with the time, how much the percentage of that bulk operation has been achieved. So some of that use cases really scale well with server side event. So, and you can close the connection based on either the client or the server initiative. So as we talked about, there are many pros which I see in server side event. First is the lightweight and easy to implement, and if you have and it really work for the one direction from server to client. Low latency is the another one, and third one is the automatic reestablishment of connection. So this is also the one of the great point in comparison to the WebSocket, that if somehow the connection get lost in between, this server side event will automatically take care of automatic reconnection, and it will take care of the automatic reconnection. It will again reinitiate and try to establish the pipeline again. And yeah. Okay, yeah. So the other point I've really talked about, that it's easy to implement as it's working on the plain HTTP protocol. So you don't have to make any higher level config changes on the firewall or the load balancer. It's a plain HTTP protocol we are using. You can use the same protocol to work around it, and you can establish that pipeline. The only con which I see with the server side event is with the system which are working on HTTP 1. So what challenge it has for how many of you know that HTTP 1 there is how many maximum number of connection a browser can make on HTTP 1? See. But it's usually a 6 around. So, and the problem with this is, if you're using server side event with that, you end up making one permanent connection on one tab with the server side event. And suppose your user end up opening 6 tabs, you consumed all the connection. But in that case, you can you can take some idea around it, how you can optimize the tabs, that you end up not making 6 connection in the 6 tab. But it's not usually a good idea to go forward with the HTTP 1, because even if you are not scaling the tabs, your one connection will always be occupied with a server side event. So if Yeah, you can make that optimization that in one tab you make a connection and another tab can listen to that. So, but there will always be a one tab which will having a one connection, which will be consuming one of the connections for the concurrent request, and the 5 you can use it. But the point is, if you have HTTP2, then with multiplexing there are 100 concurrent requests you can make, and for that use case, this server side event really scale. So yeah, if anybody has question, then we can take it and I will show the demo. Yeah.
So is there any acknowledgement takes place between the client and server? Whenever server sends some query, so you know that it's a one directional data flow. So is there any acknowledgement from the client that yeah, I received the data? Because
Yeah,
the server should know, right, whether client actually received the data or not.
yeah, there's a I will show you the code also. There's a subscription which happens. So initially there's a event source. So underneath it uses a event source API, JavaScript event source API. That event source API build a connection with the server, and the client will subscribe to that events. So once the subscription happens, whatever the event is coming on that stream pipeline, the client, that subscription will automatically be triggered from the client. I will show you on the code how it works. Yeah. Yeah, it's depend upon the if you're listening to particular event or not. Yeah, on the basis of that. Yeah. 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 What are you saying? Yeah, what-
Is it TCP based or UDP based?
yeah, this is TCP based because HTTP is working on HTTP.
That anyway pays the account, right?
Yeah. So I think it's acknowledgement. Okay, sorry if I taken it. Yeah, yeah, it's worked with a simple acknowledgement. Yeah, I thought he's talking about the events to be subscription or not.
Basically, with the websocket side, the primary problem with this about maintaining the TCP connection. That is good. You got to put it in the persistent storage data server. So you need to keep it in some in-memory RAM or something. And if the network clients goes break and you will not be able to maintain the number of TCP connections in the server. So that's the primary problem. And how does this SSE solve that? Is it kind of a broadcast where server doesn't care about which client I'm sending the message types and all the clients are connected?
Yeah, it's exactly works like that only. But it's not like it's advantage over WebSocket or this WebSocket. Fill its own area of use cases, and server side event fills its own area of use cases. No, yeah, that's the point. Because chat application is bidirectional. It's yeah. Yeah.
But how is it something like long coding, but a client is optimized. So it's a long coding. A very big request is still available. SSE is not. Yeah. Okay. Still available, and as and when the data comes in the volume, the event is constructed at the client side. Oh, okay. Okay. So the HTTP is not ended.
I think you will get a clear idea once I will show you the demo. Kiran? Uh, so this is a very simple example I'm taking, which is I have a one file uploader, a function over here where I will upload a file, and there's a progress bar where once the file will uploading on the server, it will respond what is the percentage of it's been completed. So this graphical view will track how many percentage will be, and this percentage we will be getting through server side event. So that's the use case I will be talking about. So I'm just uploading some file and just see the network over here. So how many of you see the this pipeline and how it is responding? So what exactly is happening over here? So once the file has been uploaded, I open the server side event connection, and it usually works with the event streaming type, and it keep that alive connection. And this is the event stream, which is the type. In this event stream, you will get all the events which the server is pushing, and you can find there's a ID, there's a type, then the data and the timing. So ID will be unique. The type will be the type of event the client will be subscribing to. So there can be different type of events can be happen, and the server can be pushed different type of events over here. The client which the particular type of event which the client subscribe, it only gets those. So I'm subscribing to the file upload type. Then based on that, I'm getting the data. So you can see it first it was 30%, then 50, the 70 and 100. So you can see this, it was the same connection. In the same connection, I'm getting all the stream of events, and based on an event, I'm just showing over there. So, and if you see, this is this is the content type of event stream type, and works over the simple HTTP call. And yeah, this is the plain lightweight use case you can come across, and based on that, you can solve different use cases for your different application. I hope this example sets some context where it is exactly we can use it. Yeah, I think this is a pretty small example, but it gives you a hint that you can go back and see how exactly you can explore more about the server side event. Yeah, if not, then we can have a Q&A here. Yeah, anybody has question? If not, then yeah, that's all for my side. Yeah.
Maybe let's not recommend this for very long pending events. Like if there is a event for like 5 minutes events, then the whole 5 minutes that is pretty connection.
That's I think I am using it, and it's really working fine. It's a pipeline setup, so it's upon use cases. 5 minutes, I don't think it's really making any change for server side event.
There are 5 different websites which are making 5 minutes and all are opening the connection. There are no extra connections available for me to get.
For
Many websites takes like that. If many websites are there,
yeah,
different websites,
yeah,
all are using pages and all are making very long connections.
yeah. So yeah, it depends upon your use case and the scale also. What to which scale you wanted to take it, but you can take the examples of how where there are some of the use cases which really exactly fits over the server side event. And yeah, this depend on the use case is true. Yeah. With HTTP 2, yeah, because for that your concurrent use cases get nullify over there. Yeah. Yes. No, it guarantees the it will send the I have shown you the IDs too. If you're sending the IDs, you can track from there if something duplicate is happening over there. Yeah, ID guarantees the order. That's the thing. Yeah, you need to. Yeah. Yeah, you have to deal some of this thing on some of the client side, but it usually come up with the latest events. So if you have a use case where you always subscribe to the latest events, if I talk about right now it's 30% and 50% has been not been used, the next event will be 70. So you can subscribe on the 70. So your chart will go from 30 to 70 directly. But in that case, that's a use case where nothing is duplicating over there. You're taking the latest event over there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
In any classic use case, you need a very specific order of events. Like one particular order, yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm asking. So it is not a configuration thing, right? I not like
No, no, no.
configuration. I can say that send event exactly in orders. If something fails, then stop the second one. The burden is always on the implementer side.
Yeah, you need to handle those cases. Yeah. Yeah. So
Any comparison on the server capacity, like how many connections server can handle?
Again, I think it all depends on yours, how many of users you wanted to allow for the a live connection.
On the server, like Razorpay has some limitation, right?
Okay.
The comparison to Razorpay.
I don't have a matrix right now in terms of the how many concurrent, but what optimization you can do on the front end side also, that there is a very healthy use case where you can say on one tab you're making one connection and user end up making opening server other tabs, and that also making a unique connection with the server. So you can improve that, you maintain one connection on one tab, and when the user open another tabs, you don't open the another connection with the server. You just use the one primary tab and share the data with other tabs. So this type of optimization you can do, that even if the user is opening too many tabs, you're just making one connection per tab, and communicate through this tab to another tabs over there. Yeah, if no, yeah, that's it.
Hello, everyone. So I will be giving a talk on how exactly to integrate Algolia Search with your documentation websites. So before I'll just say anything, I'll just give a small introduction. My name is Anshul Sahni. I'm right now working at Razorpay as a front-end engineer. And my current project on Razorpay is razorpay.com/talks, which is the website having all the content related to documentation, related to product, APIs or SDK and everything. And there we are almost having almost around 1600 to 1800 pages running at a time. And yep. So, okay, few months back, the Razorpay doc search was horrible. I'll just show you a few examples of few screenshots from what exactly our customers were experiencing. So if you, sorry. So if you see some example, the user here is trying to search API, and our awesome search is showing them UPI apps. Few more. And you can see that there is none of the results are mentioning API. It's just considering API somehow equal to UPI. Then when a user is trying to search Node.js integration, the first result is CS cart plugin. I do not know how it reaches there. Probably the second link, it mentions Node.js. And if you are writing Node.js, it will show you no results. So for them, it does not exist. And another one, if someone is trying to search for PhonePe integration through Razorpay, It's showing tally e-payments and e-invoicing. So it was not working properly, and this was there for quite a lot of time. We were literally sometimes abused by our customers on Twitter for giving them this sort of quality on the docs. So we thought, of course, we had to improve. So earlier we were using something called Lunar Search Library, Lunar.js. We were missing, like we didn't optimize it. It was our mistake actually. We didn't optimize it for a long time. And then when we finally thought of improving it, we realized that it has not gotten updates since last 2 years. So we thought of that we have to discard it. And as you all might have seen in news, Razorpay has got a lot of funding in last few years. So we thought, why not go for a paid solution? Why instead of going for an open source solution? Because we'll get a lot of support and everything. And we also thought of not maintaining a server. The team was reduced to significantly very less number of engineers. So we thought that why to maintain a server by having a search library running in background. So we thought of going with Algolia. There were some other advantages also with Algolia. So one of the best thing was the search was customizable. This particular feature is there in all the search libraries, but it is very difficult to fine tune them. And you will run a lot of testing and a lot of improvement performance comparisons to make sure that what actually parameters you should be giving to those libraries, that it shows the correct page as the correct position. So in Algolia, the things are much easy. The parameters are very, it's very flexible, and you can, the results are shown then and there after you are done with the fine tuning it. So one thing is that. Another thing, easy integration. I was able to really integrate it within just 1 week. So the documentation and everything is awesome. Integration is very seamless. Another thing, it was performant at scale. It has shown there are industry examples where it has handled millions of records. Many e-commerce websites and other things are using, and for them the search is far more important than it was for us. So that was the thing. One of the last points, the SDKs were eminent. We really saw that from front end to back end, you just name the language or name the framework, it will have an SDK for it. And the documentation for that SDK was really best. So these were the few reasons we thought of going with, specifically going with Algolia. Now, the problem which I faced was that all the examples and all the product blogs, whatever there's there, they were mostly for e-commerce use cases or the use cases where the data was very easily available. You will have a database record. You just need to push them to Algolia's index, and then that's it. But for our case, there was a long document which needs to be fitted into their record structure or record size. And there I was facing the issue that there was no correct or straightforward solution given by Algolia for that. There was no library, and neither there was any blog or anything helping me in that particular scenario. So I somehow, but when we go back to Lunar.js, that thing was already sorted. You just need to provide them the HTML pages. It will automatically somehow create the index. So it was built for documentation, but Algolia is working for documentation, but it is not the product. Probably, I'm not sure why, but they are not giving any examples. Probably they are not having those use cases many. So I had to somehow sort out that how to exactly create the index and make use of that in this whole scenario. So I got this sort of architecture. So there were 3 things which we needed to do. We needed to build index while an update is coming in documentation. Another thing, uploading the index. And third part, if any page is getting deleted or if any page is getting renamed, we need to delete the record of that particular page. So one of the tools which helped me really was GitHub Actions. But those GitHub Actions will not do anything automatically. We need to provide them the script. And this is the architecture which I thought I will do. So the first and the most difficult part was the building the index. Now, building index is basically the reason which I am giving this talk. If this would have been easier, I don't think anything would have been there in this talk. So what I did, I created these steps. I hope it is visible. Yep. So these were the steps for building the index. First and foremost, very simple, reading all the content from the markdown files. Second thing, we needed to convert that content into AST. So what happens when you are having a very structured data, such as which is coming from database, you are very specifically knowing that this is the field and this is going to be the order of this particular field in terms of search or the priority of this. Let's say in a product, the product name would be having a higher priority than the product category. So if you are searching for a term which is there in the product name and the category both, of course the one which is having in the name will have a higher priority in your search results. But in case of content, you do not have a structured way. Your headings are there, your links are there, and we wanted to have a use case where our headings are having a higher priority over the content. And in the headings also, our heading 1 is having a higher priority than heading 2. So if someone is searching, let's say payments, and payments is there in 2 pages, at one in heading 2, and in another one it is acting content is there in heading 1. So we would want the page which is having heading 1 as the payment term should come first. So using an AST was our compulsion there. Kiran? Having an AST was our compulsion there because we needed to make that content as a structured one. And I'll show you the code now. So yep, this is the point. I'll show you the code. I'll try to keep this as very simple one. So yep, this is the line you can see. This is the line you can see. Just a simple one, reading the content, and same goes here. It's just reading whatever it's just reading the folder of the whole content, and it is taking in all the files present there, all the markdown files there, and post that we needed to convert it into an AST. So here I have used a very simple use case where remark is being used. In our practical use case, we of course are creating with those markdown files an HTML file also. So the process would be a little longer, but here just I wanted to showcase the search use case. So I just used remarks and converted into AST and not combine the HTML use case here. So remark, if you guys would have worked with AST and Markdown, remark is a plugin and it is part of unified ecosystem. Unified ecosystem helps us in converting any particular sort of file into ASTs, and remark is one of the plugins which works on Markdown. So if you folks if you are not aware of it, please go ahead and search for Markdown AST. You will come across this plugin. So this, what it does, it basically converts your content into AST, and it also allows you to use your own custom plugin so that you can work on the converted AST and get whatever results you want out of that. So I just created one custom plugin, and this plugin gets the data in the form of a tree. And there is a utility called visit, which is part of, again, a unified thing. It helps us in navigating across those across the tree, which is built using remark plugin. So in that, you can basically see that as an example, what I've shown, that if there is a heading, push it into a separate. So I created a record object. It is going to have my each document will be structured into a JSON object, and these will be the fields: headings, content, path would be the path of the file, and this path generally in case of documentation becomes the link of your documents also. And I just created one random rank parameter, which is just getting some random number out of 1 and 200. I'll tell the use case of this afterwards. And this object ID also, I'll tell you the use case in a while. So I started pushing headings separately from the content. So if the node type was heading, I was separating it out from the content in my object, and rest of the other things, I was separating it out in the content variable. So now I was structuring my content into a separate object, which I could provide to Algolia as my index. So this was the use case of using AST. And yep, now comes another things. So we converted our content into AST, and now we have to create a record. So you see this, I was creating I was filtering heading parts. You could filter other things also. So in one of our use cases, our product managers came and told us that do not show the results from the code or from the code snippets which are having, because most of the time those are not making sense to the users. They found out that the users are actually not wanting, and also code snippets were having some random data and results. So that was one of the use cases. So you can also start ignoring the content which you do not want to be part of your search. And this is one of the examples that code snippets should not be part of the search in some scenarios. So we filtered the nodes. Second thing, Algolia does not have a, so each record should be of a particular size, and that generally depends on the pricing plan of yours. Ours was 100 KB. We cannot push any content which is more than 100 KB, any record which is more than 100 KB. So in case of we are having pages which are having more than 100 KB of data. So we had to split them. So a small function I wrote, which was just dividing my records into two, and it will keep on dividing into two until each and every record becomes less than 100 KB. So most of the size was, in my case, was coming from the content, because that was the heaviest field in our case. In your case, it could differ according to the use cases. This one is really an optional step, only if you are having records which are heavier than the limit you are having, or you could pay more and get the most size. So yep. So this was just a recurring algorithm, which was just keeping on dividing my records into two. Third step was to assign object ID. So object ID is something sort of a unique or primary key for Algolia. For every record in an index, you have to give a unique ID. You can also tell Algolia to generate the unique ID automatically, but the problem comes when deleting the records, because those unique IDs, either you'll have to store them, or you will not know the pattern, so we'll never be able to know how to delete those records. So sometimes it is a problem, because the object ID, if you need it for deletion, in that case you should generate your own. So in my case, what I was doing, I was just taking the file name and generating a hash out of the file name. And I know that my pages can be uniquely identified by the path or the URL. That's the only unique parameter. All the other parameters can be shared among the pages. So we were just creating a simple hash to create an object ID. This was a very simple function. Okay, so this is the part. We created a record. Now, a simple thing, each page will be having its own record. So combine all those records into single array, and I was storing it as in JSON. That is the best way, because of course that needs to be sent to Algolia also as in the network call. So that the best way would be to store it as in JSON, because that's the same format we'll be sending the data to. So if you see, I just, for example, for this talk, what I did, I just copied the whole documentation of Node.js into one folder, all these things, and I tried creating an index for them. So when I run this script, I got these things. So this is, you can see, these are the records of each page. So the C++ add-ons page would be having first heading and then second heading. So these are all the headings of that page. And then all the content is taken as it is. I didn't play with the content here much. I took all whatever is there. So this way I have the index, or you can say the records of all the documentation of whatever is there in Node.js docs. Now the second step would be, okay, so we have built an index. Now what this index actually means. So in Algolia, an index is your whole data on which the search operation is going to be performed. And each index is a collection of different records. Now records could be your interpretation. It could be, like in case of, as I said, in e-commerce websites, you have different products. Each product is a record. In our case, each page was a record. In some cases where you need search which is going into the paragraphs and taking you to the right paragraph, you could also consider each paragraph as a separate record. So in that case, each page would be divided into several records. So it all depends on your applications and your use cases, that how granular you want your records to be. Now, since we have got our index built, the Next step is uploading the index. This one is not a very complex one. Algolia has a very straightforward SDK. You just need to configure the SDK, upload the records using save objects function, and yep, that's it. Handle the success or error. So here, this is the thing. I just read the file which was having my JSON stored. You can also prevent storing this JSON just to prevent the file read and write operation if you are having some sort of time latency issues and all those stuff. Since we were doing all this at build time, we were not having those issues. A few seconds would have not made any difference. Now, configuring Algolia SDK and calling this save objects. So there are multiple ways of sending the records to Algolia. Algolia generally recommends save objects. It's sort of a batch update, and the function itself is doing some optimization in the batch update part. If you're sending each object individually, Algolia is not recommending that because it's also not cost effective, and it's also taking a little more time because batch update will send most of the records automatically depending on the size of the HTTP request its server is supporting. Yep, so nothing here much, uploading the index. So now after these two steps, your records are already in the Algolia database. And if you want to try, so the best part of Algolia is that for trying out the search, you don't need to really build anything. They, in their portal itself, give you examples, give you a UI where you can, on your already uploaded index, you can try what exactly is happening and how exactly your results are coming up. So you can see, this is the portal. You can see all your records listed here. These are the, so all your records are uploaded here on the portal. You can see them and you can try them. And I'll show you one thing which I liked about Algolia very good. So if I'm searching, let's say ES modules, so it is showing me my whole record here. And one of the best features is it also shows me why this result is first and not second, or why a result is second and not first. Okay, it's a long one. So if you go to this part, you can see it basically has different parameters on which it ranks your content or ranks your results. It was, so it is having those categories. It is stating that the matching words were 2. The proximity between those words was 1. And the position of the word, the first position of that word was 208 words. So that is the reason that this result is earlier, probably. And if you go to the second result, it will also show the comparison. So here you can see that for every result, it is showing that why exactly those results are at that position. Yes, so you can see there's a tiebreaker. So you might know that, okay, in particular scenario, both the records are having some sort of similar characteristics, then why exactly one record is above than the other record. So it shows the tiebreaker, that why exactly and which attribute actually made that result visible on that particular order. So tiebreaker. So you can try after uploading your records. This part, your integration could be considered complete if your application is not having any removal or any updates on a scale-up basis. But in our case, the content is written by a team called content writers. That's a team of 15 people, and they're continuously writing. They write a lot, and because of that, we have a lot of pages getting deleted, a lot of pages getting renamed every now and then. So we also had to make sure that none of the non-existent pages are coming in our search results. So now this was the trickiest part. Since we were not having any server or any backend involved, all we had was the GitHub actions. So we had to somehow figure out the deleted files. So there is an action called ts changed. No, there is an action called changed files. So there's actually called TJ actions changed files. This is not working very great. It's not as seamless as it could seem in the documentation, at least till the version 25, which I was using. If it has got fixed, I'm really not sure now. So it can give you all the changed files in whatever manner you want. All the newly added files, the deleted ones, or the files which have got renamed, or the file just got updated, everything. So the first step was to get all the deleted files. The second ones, get old names of the renamed files. The files would be getting renamed, not their URL would be changed. Also, now since the files got renamed, the new files got uploaded. So there is a possibility that you might get redundancy in that same data because the old file record is already there. So old names of the renamed files, and yep, just passing them to a script. From those files, you can of course get the URLs of those records, and the best and another good things, Algolia allows you deleting using another unique parameters also. You can delete using any parameter. It just acts like some sort of database, or I sometimes says ES on Elasticsearch on steroids, because it's giving a lot of flexibility. So we were deleting files based on URLs, or the records based on URLs, because that was the only unique identifier in those in that data. And yep, so the last step is setting the preferences. Now, these are some of the common, or the ones which, or the preference, or the settings which we used. You can set these parameters for your index, which will help you getting the right results. So searchable attributes, all the attributes need not be searchable. There could be some attributes which are just acting as a metadata. Some of them, now when it comes to retrieving those attributes in your search response, most of the time it has been seen that the content need not be shown in the preview or in the search results. So you can really prevent it coming in your response and just have all the attributes which you really want to show in your search preview or in the search results. You don't need to do that. So you can set up that. One of the best part, custom ranking. So we somehow wanted our popular pages to appear at a higher level in the search results. So what we thought, we will fetch the Google analytics data of the number of page views, and we'll set them there as one of the parameters. That parameter will not be a searchable parameter. So you remember while building index, there was a rank field, which I was assigning a random number. So here I cannot fetch any Google Analytics. So I just assign the rank. So in our actual case, we were using a views parameter, and we were using it as for custom ranking. That for a particular result, if the two results are colliding and the page views of a particular results was more from the Google Analytics data, it should get a higher rank. And we did another integration with the Google Analytics to fetch the page views at the build time, but I have not shown that here. So this was an example of a custom ranking parameter where we do not need to use that as a searchable attribute, but for ranking our pages. So we can use custom ranking through that. Another few things, highlighted attributes. So when you are getting the search results, you can get your term highlighted in the response. If you want to switch it off, it will get switched off. Now, removing stop words, we can ignore the helping verbs or the verbs which are not actually relevant is the for. Our previous library was actually indexing those, and sometimes that was causing the problem in the search results. Another thing, attribute for distinct. So if you remember, I told you that sometimes you have to split your records into multiple because of the size, which generally happens with the documentations. So in that case, those results cannot appear twice because they would be having same paths, probably same headings. So they cannot appear twice. So you can mark a distinct parameter according to them. So again, URL was our only helper because that URL was combining or linking those two records. So in that case, if a particular term is appearing in both the records, in the response, it will come as one. Now, the last step is integrating the UI. I really thought that this talk would become much longer if I start showing the demo of the UI integration. Also, I didn't have time in the morning. So I just wrote that Algolia provides two methods. You can either call the API directly from your browser using the public search key. There you have to build your own UI, and you will just be calling the search API. Another one would be Algolia provides its UI SDKs, and those UI SDKs are having a very beautiful, or you can say at least manageable search UI with good UX, and it is having an inbuilt analytics and other A/B testing tools onto that. So if you do not have time, you can really don't have to build anything for search. Everything will come out of SDKs. Now, the benefit we got, so we were really measuring the number of users or the number of times people are clicking our first result. The number which we got, our improvement was from 50.8% to 56.2%. And this was after we didn't properly optimize it. And we were also doing some sort of A/B testing in that period. So this 6% improvement was when of, I guess 40 to 50% of our users only were using Algolia. The numbers coming in the future would be much higher. Probably we would be having 60 to 65% users clicking on the first results. That's a parameter we are seeing. We are also seeing how much reduction is there in people going beyond third result. So that means that they're probably not getting the relevant results. That is why they are going beyond. So that is also seeing a significant reduction now. And I hope that by now, when your numbers comes, these numbers will cross 60%. Yep, that's it. So, sorry, one more thing. Algolia also provides one free integration for normally for open source projects, but that is more working on the way of SEO factors, and that basically take the control out of you and gives the control to Algolia, where that is generally used by many, even by many React document libraries documentation also. But the whole problem is that it is completely based on SEO parameters, so you do not have the control on which results should come up. Yep, that's it. Any questions? Awesome.
So you said there is a custom ranking thing.
Yes.
Does Algolia provide something like, because they also have the data of which results they will click on?
Yeah.
Will you pass this on or will you pass
Yes, we can do that, but in that case, you'll have to either pass your analytical events to Algolia. So for every click, you have to tell Algolia, okay, a click has happened on this result. Extra integration, or you can use their SDK in UI also, which will automatically capture those results. So yeah, you can configure Algolia to use that parameters after a certain amount of time. And now recently I saw that Algolia has started bringing in some AI optimizations also, where as the users are clicking their results and using the Algolia search, the results will get much better. So it is actually capturing the usage in some manner. Yeah. Present. Share screen. Streams, different screen.
I think it's something to do with your settings, I guess.
Is it stream?
Do you have only slides or?
Yeah, obviously some also. Interesting. Okay, I think I need Wi-Fi. Okay, share screen. Access your screen. Try capturing a different screen. See if this continues. Shit. No, I have connection is fine now. It's still not able to.
I think.
Still Mac permissions.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Can go to preferences.
Sorry. Is it preferences settings? Yeah. So is it
Sharing alone. It should be. Yeah, you can just handle it. So it should be coming. Just do this sharing screen. Okay. Different screen. Let's see. Yeah. Smash it. Should have a pop-up. No, it should have a pop-up asking for me to share screen. I don't know why it is. I think you have to make me okay. You are backstage. That's why I cannot share.
Browser cannot type
To see if that continues.
Can you open system preferences?
Okay.
In that security, generally in this browser, Zoom and Google Meet works.
Yeah, it should work. It works.
Screen recording.
Screen recording. Yeah. Google is up. Maybe you have to make me. You are on backstage. It says. It's showing. Yeah. It's allowing Google's screen recording.
Do you have any other browser?
No, Safari it is not working. The stream ad doesn't work. Okay, Firefox. Oh, I think it will take time to download.
Only slides are.
I have a little bit demo. Okay, slides are there. So I can share this slide link. Yeah, it should. I don't know why this is happening. Exactly. Email him.
Kiran Kumar.
Who, right?
ABBURI at gmail.com.
Yeah, now I think I'm able to share. Yeah. Okay. Somehow I got it. Okay. Okay. Got it? It's coming? So you're able to see, right? Good evening, guys. Okay. So now I want to talk about micro frontends using Next.js and the framework that we created called Somod.dev. So
Me, like I'm Raghavendra. I am the CEO of a company called Sodaru Technologies. At Sodaru, we are trying to create a platform where you can create, you can combine both front end, micro, you can call it micro front end or micro app, micro UI, plus microservices together into one bundle. So that should solve a one whole use case. You can package them together and then distribute. So whenever you want to use that in a bigger application, you can just install them and finally it should work. So that's the whole case, and we are trying to create a platform around that. So with that context, Somod is the one of the framework that we ended up creating. So it's Somod means serverless optimized modules. It's basically npm packages which are enhanced for basically for distributing and combining. I'm going to show you how we can create with use Somod with Next.js. So with Next.js, right? So how many of you use Next.js here? Okay, good. Okay. Say I think that sets a pre-context like what is Next.js and all. So let me give a little bit introduction. Next.js is like so anybody who is coming into React world, we find initially ended at CRA, like create React application page, and then we try to do start with an application. But CRA is not enough, completely enough to build the whole enterprise applications. So we need to do many mundane tasks there, and then configure it to scale, and then create routing, create static pages from that. There are many things around CRA we have to build, but the Next.js gives all of them out of the box. So it has pages, and it has, so we can also provide static content in public folder, and it has server-side rendering, static site generations, dynamic routing, and it also has serverless computing for APIs, a small little computing if you want to do, it's available as APIs. So that's all about what Next.js provides. So when we started using Next.js, it's all good. Okay, if I'm creating a one particular application, I choose Next.js, and then I create as many pages and the whole content around that, and it works good. But the problem comes there is, what if your number of pages grows, and there are multiple teams in the company, and each team has to handle those set of pages separately, and they should have a separate release cycle. But your whole application has to work, and but each different team has to handle theirs. Sorry. Okay. So each different team has to handle their own release and their own process, but finally everything end up as a one big application. So how can we distribute that? Because Next.js doesn't allow you to create pages in any packages under node modules. All the pages has to be in this your top application. So for that, what we ended up is the biggest, this is like, I can say this is not the problem of Next.js, but it is something like out of the scope for Next.js to solve. We have to solve if you need that, okay, when there are more number of pages. So the problem is maintain, test, and release each of the page separately. So, and distribute ownership among the different teams. So for that, the solution that we found out is we split it. So basically, we split the set of pages into different npm packages, and then we can arrange them, and we can hierarchically make the set of npm packages in such a way that, okay, there are 10 set of pages in one package. Then there can be another package which depends on first package, and then it can add 2 to 3 more extra pages. And then there can be another package which depends on this package and add its own extra packages. And like as normally how npm works, like any npm package can add more features to existing packages. So that's how you can distribute, you can arrange all your workflows like in a matter of hierarchical npm packages. Then the problem comes is how we resolve. Say for example, there's a page slash home created in package 1, and there's a page again same page slash home created in another package. How we are going to resolve that? So these are all the problem. So the tool Somod helps to split, arrange, and resolve these pages. So let these are some QR codes. This is for Somod documentation. This is for my LinkedIn page. So let me show some demo. So this is here basically I'm trying to solve something of like more of a managing Next.js pages, not anything into Next.js. Like Next.js provides everything, but managing and distributing the ownership and different teams managing them. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve. So let me start with simple example. Let me build a simple package. So we can just say it's coming there, right? It's updated. Seeing a new screen. Yeah, I'm doing that. Okay.
Maybe you can stop sharing and try resharing again.
Okay. Is this right? Okay. Okay, I think this. Okay. Oh, I think if I make full screen, it doesn't work. Looks like. Now it's working.
There will be
Now it's working.
some
Yeah,
delay.
that's fine.
You want to show the code, right?
Yeah.
Just a second.
Okay.
You can see only your browser window,
Is it?
not code.
Is it? This one?
Once can you stop sharing?
Okay. Oh, this browser is visible. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop. Present.
Click on the entire one. That's what you did before.
No, that doesn't work. Okay, I'll go share screen. Share screen. This window. I want to code. Okay. Sure. Okay. I think it works.
Some reason becomes
Is it?
your code is not good.
Ah, man. Some problem?
I think only browser.
Is it? Screen.
For some reason, your code is not working. Generally, share entire screen should work.
Oh, okay.
Is there any way you can put this code in code sandbox or something?
Yeah, I can test there. It's fine.
You can share the browser.
Yeah. Present. Share screen. Okay, let me put it in this one. Share screen.
man. Okay. Good. Okay. We can put it at the stop. There was okay. Okay. Stop. Start. Images. Able to see? Ah, man. Something went again. Okay, let's not do it. I think I need some command prompt to do that. Okay, so studio share present screen. Okay, some comments. Screen. Okay. Okay. Oh no, man, I can't do it. No, I can't do it in this one. I need command prompt. Yeah. I can just. No, any laptop is fine. Normal VS Code.
VS Code.
Yeah. You can just join that screen. This one. Share screen. Present. Yeah. Can you make him? Okay.
Do you want me to open?
VS Code. Normal VS Code.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a temp folder?
Or do you want the empty folder?
Yeah, empty folder.
Okay. You can
No,
create
yeah.
one.
Okay. Don't see right.
Okay. This is
Okay. Okay.
yeah, you are.
Yeah. So go to Zoom. Command plus right.
So you wanna create a directory or just
Yeah, create a directory there. So right. So okay. Sorry for the interruptions. Again, one more.
just leave it. It's okay.
Okay. So to start with, right? The Somod also has a, like a create Somod utility. So you can just write npx create Somod and say, for example, my module 1, and I'm currently creating only UI module. So that should be enough.
Yes. Yeah, NPM package. Can I add that folder? Add folder to workspace. Where is it? I just created, right? In your home folder.
In the home folder.
Yeah. If you open a workspace, this will go.
Area page one. This is a home page.
Just React create.
We'll let them complete.
Okay, yeah. Let it complete. Wi-Fi is there, right? It should be there. Folder to workspace. Your
This is
home.
when the
Yes, Hervinder, right? Hervinder. This was not there. Which path? I don't know.
documents. Can you go to the process? Yeah, personal.
Okay. Many added.
In the person, you can close the person personal. Let's see.
Okay, let's see. Ah, man, again.
You can go to the website and say NPX model.
Yeah.
Just go to the browser and just search the NPX model.
I think it should be fine. Okay, I'll just do this. That's fine. Let's finish it. It's fine. I think something's not. Internet is slow. It's slow. Yeah.
You can explain how.
Okay. Yeah. I think. Okay. So anyway, that demo didn't go well. Okay. Let me just at least explain how we are going to do. So when we create a Somod module, instead of we having a pages like at the root directory, you can create the pages in a subfolder called UI/pages and pages data. So pages data will have all your data fetching methods separately and public. So the advantages of this is, so when I build for distribute, all these pages are built and they will be under build directory, and this will be available in as an npm package. And when I want to create when I want to create a new Next.js project from all my dependent modules, what we will be doing is we will be creating these pages and then bringing all the pages from the installed modules and have a link here, so that these pages will have the whole set of pages from all your dependency modules. So this is where you can actually distribute development of Next.js development. So that's just simple. Like if you want like for more information, like you can just refer to somod.dev. Thanks. Any questions?
Exactly, it's different from the micro-frontend architecture which we usually go for.
So micro front-end architecture is there, even the deployment is different. So here the advantage here is you can also combine the micro front-end along with the server-side components also. So Somod will allow you to create both front-end plus back-end into a unique package.
So basically, we could make it front-end or any of such application where things are in different places. One big problem is the DLs. Like if you want to reuse something, like let's say if it is an NPM package and you have some reusable components,
Correct.
Which you want to put as a separate NPM package.
Correct.
Now, every time you feel that I have a requirement of reusable thing, you have to decide like I have to separate it out as a different package.
Right.
So that is one problem. The second problem is like the build part of that becomes a nightmare where you are making some change on that package modules or reusable component, and now you want to get reflected on your actual application which you are working.
Correct.
So does this Somod solves that even though they are different packages, you can build everything together.
Right. So that whole building process, right? This Somod takes care. Somod takes care of the whole building process. So you no need to extra configure anything there. So the building process, and for the other part, like decision deciding whether it has to go in a different reusable package. Here it's not like reusable thing. Like you can say you have to split the pages according to your use case. So for example, there is a team which is building a catalog of your product, and it has like 5-10 pages. So all its pages has to go in its package, and there is a separate team which is creating an order application for your the whole thing. Then it can contain all order there, and but the order to work, there should be a catalog. So you can just say catalog is my dependency. So any new updates or anything that they are providing, automatically in the order application you will be able to do it. But order may not have like order to work, right? You may not install payment right now. Payment will be again payment will add order as the dependency. So that's how you have to divide the pages according to the usage or your team functionality.
Pages is good, but all the pages might have something which is very long, and it is
That is normal npm. So here that you can add as any normal npm package.
Yeah. So, but when you add this npm package, then the tooling price basically like the building of those packages. So you have to build that separately, and then it will reflect.
Right.
So I was asking, does this solve the tooling part as well? So if there are cross projects.
Correct.
And the cross project have some shared modules.
Correct.
Does the tooling take care of for building everything together? So similarly like a turbo pipe or NXS. Turbo does that, or NX does that. So something similar.
No, here like here we are only splitting the pages and then combining that. Anything on top of that, like your private npm packages repository, you can connect any private repositories to do that. Any tool to that. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yogesh, you want to say something? So we are almost done. Yeah, thanks for showing up even after heavy rain. Yeah. So I think this would be our last event for this year, and we will start again freshly in New Year. So we have like 2 events already planned for January, like one on January 7th and one on January 28th. So see you soon again.
Hey guys, thank you so much for showing up and really this audience is that's great. Glad that all of you have showed up. We'll take one group pic together, and yeah. So this is open for Saturdays for meetup. You guys have been a part of it. You want to please do let us know. And also, like, we are also actively hiring for front-end and we are actually looking at please whoever is like talk to me. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
OSlash logo.
Just choose a white background.
Hey guys, please come here. Kids, so please don't leave any of your belongings. Please make sure that you take everything. Yeah, because there are things people left their charger, laptops, mobile chargers, earphones. Yeah. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you soon again.
Yeah. Just when you post the report, I'll share all the bits. Before just tag OSlash.
WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'll mail.
Danny.